Settling crack rocks. Devil's love potion. Fuck. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger of Reality. I know it's cringy, but it's true. Settling crack rocks. The devil's love. Oh shit. Boy is back. Boy is back. All right, folks. Yep, this is the News Underground, the Oops All Ukraine edition, and I'm lying a little bit. We're going to do just a few news stories from Gaza and the U.S. before we get started on Ukraine, just to finish up yesterday. And there's a few pieces of breaking news I wanted to cover. Fuck, man. Smoking crack, dude, I tell you. I've never smoked crack. I'm actually pretty lame when it comes to drugs. Real quick, though, before we get started, we got big news, big important news. 24-hour stream has been announced and posted. Please let your social networks know if they are interested in news streams. Here we go, right here. We got the official poster, folks. It's the official poster of the 24-hour stream. Get a better look at it right here. There it is. Took me about an hour to come up with it. Hope you like it. I was thinking of just doing like what I did last time. I'm gonna take a nap and play documentaries while I'm taking a nap. But I will be doing 24 hours total in succession. No, you will not be able to watch me sleep. No one needs to see that. This is not a sexual stream. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you spread it around. Tell your social media. Maybe I should put this. Let me put this image here. Maybe I should keep this up on the stream just so people know what the hell's going on. Happening next weekend. Starting on Friday, 12 o'clock PST. And we're just going to be doing a lot of news. It's going to be a lot of news stories, but, you know, we're going to break it up with a little bit. Bring back the beard. I think my chin agrees. Welcome back, Borderline Feline. I'm working as hard as I can to regrow it as quickly as possible. See if I can find a good place for this. I don't know. But we got, yeah, maybe right here. I know it's basically illegible, but I'll keep bringing it up. It'll remind me to keep bringing it up if I put it right here. Can we have an hour dedicated to edging? An hour of that, dude? My tongue and jaw would be sore after 5 minutes. An hour? That's just torture. Could you finish up, please? An hour? Am I getting paid for this? This is work. This is not fun for me. This is work now. Oh, talking about it. What's to talk about? Do it if you're into it. Enough said. I'm not that into it. Welcome back, Strategy member. Welcome back, Snowmo Bro Pro, Borderline Feline, and Leon over there in the UK. Don't forget, folks, to tell your friends and family, pester them Pester them, annoyingly pester. They're like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to watch this guy. I don't know what you're talking about. This is insane. Stop sending me this. Do it as a joke. Just send it to people that you know for a fact have no interest in watching this. Just to piss them off, okay? Do that. All those toys, waste of time. If you can't get it done with your fingers or tongue, then you're not doing it right. Toys? You need toys? Shit. She shouldn't even, or he shouldn't even be thinking about toys. Toys? Big props to Mac 187, Monday Night Bass Patrol, and the song we were listening to before that was Tyrus Wright, In Dat Zone. Lovely visuals by Purple Dirty Sprite and Dub Kingston. But it's for donos. I guess I probably should do some kind of fundraising thing, but I just don't have enough viewers to justify it. You know, like once I start hitting like that 50 to 100 viewer consistency, if I ever hit that, then like the fundraisers will make a lot more sense and they won't be so pathetic. And Lenny won't have to pick up all the slack. You know, Lenny over here, the hero of the stream with some of these fundraisers. So I feel bad. My God, Snow, can you get off Twitch, masturbate, and then come back, please? I don't need every dirty little thought in your disgusting mind in my chat. You know what I'm saying? Hey, thanks, Snow. I appreciate that. Now get your horny ass out of my chat. Do what you got to do, then come back. Bro is too horny. Hit up Amaranth, man. You're in the wrong guy. He hit it. He's going right from a booby streamer right over to me, and he's still like in that mode. Ooh yeah, show me your feet, bitch. All right, let's get to the actual news here. Let's take care of this early stuff, and then we'll just do nothing but Ukraine news for the rest of the day. I got a big meaty, at least 2 hours worth of Ukraine news. As you can hear, my voice is also going out from yesterday. That's how hard I work for you. This is what 8 hours of straight unstop, stream unpause, no break streaming does to your voice. You just choose a smaller option like a local shelter. God. All right. Wanted to start with this. So, there's yet another, the Trump, the Trump ruling, and Letitia James had some choice words. I think Letitia James is the judge general. No, she's the attorney general, New York attorney general. And this is after the $354 million civil trial fine that Trump is getting. Apparently, with all the fees and fines, everything together, he's owing just under $450 million, like 430. But and what's funny, a lot of this is like this, especially the New York thing, totally preventable. Zio Duke mentioned yesterday that, it's pretty common to fudge the numbers a little bit, extra 10 million here or there, sure, whatever. Trump went way above and beyond. He said, I'm the president. Trump is the most important brand, bigger than Apple. Like, he just completely buys into his own narcissistic bullshit. And he's like, no, this $90 million property is actually worth $350 million or whatever. So it's like, it's one thing to lie, on camera or recording and then say, oh, I didn't say that, or it's different context. It's another thing to fill out a document. An official document that says, okay, this is what the value of this property is, signed whoever's running the fucking show, whoever's running the company, whatever. Right? That is a whole, it's like, there's nothing to refute. You're fucked. You put your name down on the paper says this is how it works. But listen to Letitia James over here pulling absolutely zero punches. And I would like to mention that, there is nothing stopping the neoliberal Democrats from sounding like this, right? This decorum and bipartisanship and just trying to work together bullshit. is actually wildly unnecessary. And we could actually have language like this describing what's happening instead of the, oh, gee, Mitch McConnell's my friend, and we have some disagreements about this and that. No, we could actually have someone who's actually calling these motherfuckers out, and it sounds like this.
Responsibility to protect the integrity of the marketplace. And for years, Donald Trump engaged in deceptive business practices and tremendous fraud. Donald Trump falsely, knowingly inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself, his family, and to cheat the system. Donald Trump may have authored the art of the deal, but he perfected the art of the steal.
Get him.
This long-running fraud was intentional, egregious, illegal. And he did all of this with the help of the other defendants, his 2 adult sons and senior executives at the Trump Organization. And so, after 11 weeks of trial, we showed the staggering extent of his fraud and exactly how Donald Trump and the other defendants deceived banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions for their own personal gain. We proved just how much Donald Trump, his family, and his company unjustly benefited from his fraud. Today, the court, once again, ruled in our favor and in favor of every hard-working American who plays by the rules. Donald Trump and the other defendants were ordered to pay $463.9 million. That represents $363.9 million in disgorgement.
That's just under $500 million.
$100 million in interest, which will continue to increase every single day until it is paid.
She's loving this.
Donald Trump, the former chief financial officer of the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg, and the former controller of the Trump Organization, Jeffrey McConney, are each banned from serving as an officer or director of any New York company for 3 years. Mr. Weisselberg and Mr. McConney are also banned for life from serving in a financial management role in any New York company. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump are banned from serving as an officer or director of any New York company for 2 years. And Donald Trump and his companies are banned from applying for loans from any New York bank or financial institution for 3 years. A new independent director of compliance will be created at the Trump Organization to ensure the company establishes internal protocols and meets financial reporting obligations. And the current independent external monitor will continue to oversee the company's financial dealings and ensure this fraud cannot continue. I want to be clear. White-collar financial fraud is not a victimless crime.
Yeah, it isn't.
When the powerful break the law and take more than their fair share, there are fewer resources available for working people, small businesses, and families. And everyday Americans cannot lie to a bank about how much money they have in order to get a mortgage to buy a home.
That's right. It's totally
or a loan
illegal
to keep their business afloat or to send their child to college.
No shit.
And
it's
if
illegal,
they did,
guys,
our government would throw the book at them.
Yes!
I want to thank the entire incredible and hardworking team in my office that tried this case. Because the scale and the scope of Donald Trump's fraud is staggering. And so too is his ego and his belief that the rules do not apply to him. Today,
After today.
we are holding Donald Trump accountable.
No.
We are
after the
holding him
24-hour
accountable
stream.
for lying, cheating, and a lack of contrition, and for flouting the rules that all of us must play by. Because there cannot be different rules for different people in this country, and former presidents are no exception.
Oh my God, this
decision is a
fully
massive
erect.
victory for every American who believes in that simple but fundamental pillar of our democracy,
yes, ma'am.
that the rule of law applies to all of us
Oh, fucking sing it.
equally
Sing it.
fairly,
Sing it.
and justly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the
you
ABC.
coming in hot, dude. You coming in so hot on the mic, bro. Holy shit, George. Holy shit. I'm sorry, George came in so hot on the mic, dude. He about blew your fucking eardrums out. Honey, we got to do a new promo. This is like from 10 years ago. George's hair is like gray now. But oh my God. I'm sorry, Kev Goblin. It's not my fault, dude. George did it. George did it. It's not my fault. But no, how about what Letitia James said, though? Huh? How about that? Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And like I said, there's nothing stopping neoliberal politicians from sounding like that. Absolutely nothing. Oh, well, we're just working together. We're just still best friends. As Ted Cruz is shoving knives into the back of fucking Chuck Schumer, whoever, right? Name your Democrat. You know, Joe Manchin sitting there laughing his ass off. All right, we just got a couple Gaza stories, and then it's oops, all Ukraine. Sorry, I know I lied. But I want to make sure, you know, if I'm on the air, I want to make sure I'm covering some of this hot stuff. Because goddamn it, I mean, it's happening right in front of us. And you know, it's going to be really shocking and really horrific when the who cares, you know, that was history discourse starts. You know, well, it happened. Yeah, it was tragic, but we all need to move on. Discourse starts. Don't forget, folks, we're doing a 24-hour News Underground next weekend, starting Friday, 12 o'clock. Yeah, I know. That's kind of sick, you know? Look, I understand it's a hard pill to swallow for the commies about you got to drop the iconography of Stalin. You got to drop the iconography of the Soviet Union, of Mao, right? Because it looks really fucking cool. The Soviet lettering and, you know, it looks really fucking cool. But if communists ever want mainstream appeal, they need to drop this bullshit ASAP. No one gives a motherfuck about the CCCP, bitch. Take that shit to the bank. All right, but no, we got protests out in Israel about Netanyahu. People want Netanyahu to step down, not because they want peace with the Palestinians, but because they feel like this ethnic cleansing campaign could be managed better. And they also don't really appreciate Netanyahu's blatant attempts to make himself basically king of Israel. Sure. Yeah, it's a shame about Armenia, Turkey and Armenia, and that Armenian genocide. Like the full denial of the reality of that is really quite a shame. You know, like we'll never be able to heal until that is resolved. You know what I mean? Like it's a wound without a bandage, and it's just festering. And there's so many instances of that, you know, throughout the world, you know, and really I'm talking about humanity. I'm not talking about any country. I'm just talking about, it's like, you know, it's a wound on humanity that, you know, we have this country denying the reality of something that is extremely well documented. There's countless documentaries, countless videos, images, testimonies. It's as undeniable as the Holocaust. And, you know, it's interesting how something could be so horrific that people, you know, there's almost this urge to like purge it, you know, to make it fiction. You know, you kind of want that. All right, but let's get back to this. Netanyahu urged to resign as anti-government protests escalate in Tel Aviv.
A call for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to resign and for elections to be held immediately. This, the largest anti-government demonstration to be staged since October 7th.
100% strategy.
some of the thousands in Tel Aviv trying to break through barriers near the defense ministry, but quickly beaten back by police.
I'd like to say to the government that you had your time. You ruined everything that you can ruin. Now it's the time for the people to correct all the things, all the bad things that you have done in the past 20 years almost.
Okay. I'd be curious to hear what he believes needs to be fixed, right? Because it's interesting, right? Because you'll start a conversation with, you'll see a conversation get started, in that way, and then they'll start talking about what they feel about what needs to be done about the quote-unquote Palestinian problem. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people are offended by the European Union and other countries saying, okay, we're going to start recognizing Palestine regardless of what Israel says, regardless of these negotiations. Netanyahu basically said, and I'm going to show the quote here, but he's like, this is being thrust upon us. The existence of Palestine is being forced upon us, which is really quite shocking, because that's like saying the existence of the ocean is being forced upon me. It's pretty clear. If it isn't clear to you yet, it should be by now, that this is a process of elimination, of destroying the Palestinian country. And this won't stop. The charade won't stop until that is complete.
Across the street, families of Israeli captives held in Gaza hold their 19th weekly rally, appealing for their negotiated, safe return.
I'm here tonight to call for the release of my brother and the rest of the hostages. We have no time anymore. I call for the Israeli government, for any government in the world, to do something, because we cannot wait anymore.
That something is to deny your country weapons and logistics support for their military. Are you really willing to, that's the only thing that'll make Bibi Netanyahu even budge, is like, oh shit, what do you mean our radar stopped working, or like our F-16s, can no longer do this or that? What do you mean? What do you mean they turned it off? Do you think he would really accept that? That's the only thing that's going to make him budge, dude. It really is. No amount of finger wagging, as we've seen. I mean, there is no indication from Israel that the Rafah offensive is not happening. And Joe Biden just yesterday said, oh, we feel pretty confident that it's not going to proceed. Just embarrassing himself.
Have to get them back as soon as possible.
But Netanyahu is...
Does this man accept that to get them back, he has to accept that Hamas, is Hamas is not going to accept a deal where Israel's like, okay, we'll do a ceasefire for 6 weeks, and then we will continue with our program of eliminating you. Is this man okay accepting the existence of Hamas? That's really, really, why would you take that deal? Right? Yeah, okay, a 6-week reprieve. And then it's right back to the war, and we no longer have any leverage. Why would you do that? So, I feel really bad for this guy, but I think there's a lot of what I'm trying to get at is that there's a lot of kind of hard questions that I think a lot of Israeli citizens who have grown up dehumanizing Palestinians, I think there's a lot of hard realities that they're going to have to come to terms with. Because there's a lot of there's a lot of things they would just rather sweep under the rug and not even think about. It's like, But, with that said, to be fair, I think there are more Israelis who are okay with annexing Palestine, but allowing the citizens to live in an apartheid state than the ones that are kick them out of the country or destroy them. I think the kick them out of the country or destroy them faction is, kind of like the extreme faction. That I don't know if they have that. What I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if they have that majority, right? That's why Ben Gvir is number 2, not number 1. God help us all if he's ever number 1, because this is all an afterthought. If Ben Gvir is given uncontrolled, unrestricted access to the IDF and can direct them without any pushback, that's the end of the West Bank and that's the end of the Gaza Strip right there.
Have to get them back as soon as possible.
But Netanyahu is refusing to heed those calls.
Yeah, strategy.
While
yeah.
demonstrations
Good
were
example.
taking place, he addressed the nation.
Our policy to liberate and bring back the captives is military pressure. And until now, this is what we
doesn't work.
have done, and we have brought back 120 of them. We shall continue until we bring back all the captives.
How many have they actually brought back from military action? Isn't a majority of those that have been brought back were brought back because of negotiations? So he said like 120. How many of those were actually rescued from military operations? You know, isn't a grand majority of the hostages that have been rescued was because of, you know, ceasefire negotiations, right? Because there was that early one. That's really disingenuous right there. He's basically saying, yeah, well, we were able to, you know, all the bombing campaign and, you know, has been the main reason why we've been able to get these people out of there. Like it's some video game, right? Like you just knock the building down and then you get in there and pull all the hostages out of the basement or something. It's like it really doesn't work like that. The hostages were negotiated via Qatar. Yeah, that's a good point. Arab Emirates there coming in.
These demonstrators are saying that what he is doing is simply not enough. And in fact, they had called on him to relocate his press conference from West Jerusalem to right here in Tel Aviv.
Nearly 5 months into the war, Netanyahu's popularity continues to plummet. Israeli protesters are vowing to continue taking to the streets in a show of their disapproval for his government and its policies. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera, Tel Aviv.
Well, let's bring in Hassan Barari now, who's a professor of international affairs at Qatar University. Thank you.
Okay.
Make sure to subscribe.
We will. Make sure to subscribe to Al Jazeera so you'll get put on an FBI watch list. So just a couple more videos about Gaza, really just a couple more minutes, and then we're oops all Ukraine, I promise. So this is interesting. So, you know, kind of continuing on with Israeli protesters. So here we have Israeli protesters who feel like, you know, so I think your average Israeli person, if you walked up to them and said, and maybe these people as well, but I don't know, but I just feel like this is my opinion. But I feel like if you walked up to an Israeli person and you said, does Hamas care about Palestinians? They would go, oh, hell no. You know, like, you know, there's a lot of evidence to show that they are cynically using the Palestinians as human shields in various ways, but also, doing things like shooting at them directly if they are trying to leave. Interestingly, I saw a documentary on Mosul, the Battle of Mosul last night, and there were instances of that happening as well. The terrorists, you know, or whatever you want to call them, over there, when they were resisting the United States, they would actually shoot at their own civilians to do the same thing, to keep them in the city, to make it harder to, you know, for the, you know, the big bad military to clear. If, you know, those military, and the United States gave more of a shit about civilians than Israelis do, than the IDF does. That's for sure. If that Mosul documentary that I watched was accurate, at least. So it's interesting to me if that was true. Like, you walk up to your average Israeli and you'd say, you know, Hamas doesn't care about the Palestinians. That's pretty obvious. Lots of evidence. So it's interesting to me that this is what they're protesting. That they think, okay, what we need to do is deny aid to men, women, and children. And they would say, no, all of it goes to Hamas. Except we know for a fact that that's not true. Yes, Hamas breaks off a chunk and all that. They probably get access to some of it. But there's video evidence of men, women, and children at these refugee camps eating food from UNRWA and other aid agencies, indicating yet that, you know, some of this stuff does get through. You know, so it's what I'm trying to say is, like, if if they think starving men, women, and children is going to change the opinion of Hamas, why do they also think Hamas doesn't give a shit about its civilians? You know, those two ideas are diametrically opposed, right? Hamas either gives a shit about its civilians and cares about the bombing campaign, or they seriously don't care about how many Palestinian civilians die. In fact, some would say Hamas likes it when a lot of innocent Palestinians die because it makes them look better. It's easier to vilify Israel, right? And they're all martyrs. They all go to, you know, heaven or whatever for their service. Really, when you look into Hamas, it's very much like a death cult. So I don't know. It's just kind of like it seems to me like these are contradictory things. But I guess people who are doing stuff like this aren't really thinking things through. It's a lot of emotion, right?
I'm here right on Israel's southern border with Egypt, and this is a crossing point where normally under the current deal, trucks carrying humanitarian aid destined for Gaza cross through and are inspected by Israeli troops before being allowed to go onto the Rafah crossing and go into Gaza itself. But today, this crossing point is blocked by a crowd of Israeli protesters. They're people from all over the country.
Woo,
some of them are relatives
death.
of hostages held inside Gaza. Some of them have family members who are soldiers serving there. But all of them say they don't want this humanitarian aid to get into the hands of Hamas.
Lock them in a prison and starve them to death.
We don't know anything about what's happened to Sasha. We don't know if he's alive
no choice
or
but
what
to
he
starve
needs
him.
to stay alive. There is nothing humanitarian about what Hamas is doing.
Yeah, and nothing is really, you know, a great bargaining chip is stuff like this, where you are barbarically denying, you know, that nothing says let's negotiate like you know, brutal famine, like a brutal intentional famine, guys.
It's a bit hypocritical to criticize us with questions about humanitarian
Oh,
aid.
it's so hypocritical. Yeah, no, we are fully justified in starving women and children.
Fueling Hamas. That's what the enemy is, only Hamas, not the Palestinian civilians, no one else. And instead of fueling them with aid, we're trying to stop it.
So this woman's assumption that literally 100% of this aid is going to Hamas is justification enough to deny this. I mean, does she have any evidence whatsoever to her claim? Of course not. It's totally hyperbolic. And like I said, there's video evidence of these resources getting to where they need to get to. But it's like it's her go-to thing. It's her go-to thing. And I guarantee you, if I walked up to her and I said, I mean, Hamas doesn't really care about the Palestinians, she'd go, oh yeah, no, they fucking hate them, right? Blah 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 blah. So why do you think starving their women and children is going to affect them? Why do you think they care about that? Oh, well, I guess they don't, but some of this food gets to them, so we need to deny it all. Like they don't have other sources. Or the military. You know who this predominantly affects? Men, women, and children who are starving. That's what it predominantly affects. It does not predominantly affect Hamas. You know, I doubt they're even affected by this.
And instead of fueling them with aid, we're trying to stop it.
Countries around the world and aid groups have repeatedly sounded the alert about the dire humanitarian situation inside Gaza. We asked this organization's spokeswoman whether she thought these actions weren't worsening the...
How wildly ironic that they turned this thing into a barbecue. Look at that. They're all feeding each other. You know, how bizarre and ironic this whole thing is. They're feeding each other, celebrating the victory of denying women and children food. It's shocking. It's actually incredibly shocking.
Suffering of Palestinians there.
Nobody here wants to starve the Palestinian civilian population of Gaza. But we're at war right now. We've been at war for more than 130 days. If we want this war to end, Hamas must be destroyed and dismantled. That's it. It would be good for the civilian population of Gaza, and of course, very good for Israel too.
So you see, once again, so she has two diametrically opposed ideas in her head, right? Hamas needs to release the hostages, and Hamas, without a doubt, needs to be destroyed. You don't get one or the other. You don't get both. You get one or the other, is what I was trying to say, but you don't get both. So if you want to destroy Hamas, you need to accept that Hamas is also going to take the hostages with them. And why in the world would they ever enter negotiations when one side is saying, "Oh yeah, we're just trying to get them to release as many hostages as we can before we annihilate them"? Like, okay, well, I guess we're not negotiating any of these hostages. So I do think there's a really harsh reality for Israel. There has to be a reckoning for this. It's either that or the United States totally acquiesces to it and just whistles while we work, and everyone just pretends like this didn't happen. Which is something I feel, the United States and the intelligence services and the corrupt mainstream media, maybe they feel like is a possibility. Right? Look what happened with Afghanistan. We turned the whole country upside down. It was the top story for like 3 years. And then for 17 years, we fucking slept on it. No one really fucking cared when Biden pulled us out. We're still there? I don't know. Okay, whatever. None of my business.
It would be good for the civilian population of Gaza.
What I'm saying is the
very
world
good
might
for Israel
let
too.
it happen.
This group takes action like
it's
this
harder to
around
fix it.
3 times a week. So some humanitarian aid is still getting through to Gaza.
Big party.
But these protesters have vowed to continue with their campaign.
Starve them, dancing away and having a
This is
barbecue.
Democracy Now!
Starve them, dancing away and having a barbecue. Last little video here. This is Netanyahu saying, without a doubt, without any equivocation, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, we deny the existence of Palestine. The European Union and other countries coming out and saying that Palestine exists, and we're going to acknowledge the existence of Palestine regardless of what Israel says is, basically an attack. Yada, yada. Israel formalized its opposition to what it called the unilateral recognition of Palestinian statehood. Right? So Palestine doesn't get to exist unless Israel says so, is what unilateral, the hell is it? I put it on this thing. Unilateral, damn it. Good word. I can't find it on here. These are all words that I found while just searching through the news. I thought that would be kind of fun. It's on the bottom. Oh yeah, it's right on the fucking bottom. Unilateral imposition. Unilateral imposition. What a fun phrase, huh? Bottom center right. Thank you guys. What a fun phrase. Unilateral imposition. Like I said, they view the acknowledging the existence of Palestine as an assault against their sovereignty. And I don't know, type it into YouTube and you'll find out. So they view the existence of Palestine as an assault against their own sovereignty. Why in the world would this government ever acknowledge the existence of Palestine? Why would we ever believe? You know what I mean? This is as close to, putting, we will never acknowledge the existence of Palestine like into your government charter as you can get, outside of doing it right into your constitution. And we're supposed to pretend like the 2-state solution is some kind of, potential reality. Good morning. In the light of recent talk in the international community about an attempt
לאור הדיבורים שנשמעים לאחרונה בקהילה הבינלאומית על ניסיון לכפות על ישראל באופן חד-צדדי מדינה
to unilaterally impose on Israel a Palestinian state. Today I'm bringing a declaratory decision on this. Issue for the government's approval. I'm sure it will be widely accepted. Because of course it'll be widely accepted. That's the reality about Israeli government, and unfortunately the Israeli citizens, is that they widely accept the erasure of Palestinians. Israel will continue to oppose the unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state.
מתנגד להכרה חד צדדית במדינה פלסטינית. הכרה כזאת, בעקבות
Such a recognition in the wake of October 7th massacre will grant a
הטבח של
huge
7 באוקטובר
win for Hamas,
תעניק
yada
פרס
yada.
עצום לטרור. פרס שלא היה כדוגמתו,
Unprecedented reward to
ותמנע
terrorism
כל
and prevent
הסדר
any
עתידי
future peace
לשלום.
accord.
תודה רבה לכם.
So the only way to get peace is through the complete elimination of your enemy. Even though the tactics that you're using will not lead to the complete elimination, all you're doing is just pushing people about. In fact, you're really creating more members of Hamas, really, if you think about it. Israel said such an agreement must be reached only through direct negotiations. Right. So Palestine can't exist unless Israel says so. Formalized its opposition to what it called the unilateral recognition of Palestinian statehood. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's just starting over. Love these YouTube shorts. They're so fun. Well, we listened to that one yesterday. Let's do this one. Okay. I mean, so there you go. Can we stop with the lies? Can we stop with the canard? You know, that this is on the table. Because what we need to do is we need to start having a conversation about how does the United States stop this, and that the solution to that is obvious. So let's stop being cowards. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, right? Oh, we can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. And it's like he'll bring up like the history. It's like, you know, like, is anyone really like they want to keep this legacy going? You know, because it's such a good legacy. Oh, you know, oh, we've been supporting Israel since, 30 seconds into their existence. Okay, shit changes. You know, things change. Don't forget, folks, we got this 24-hour News Underground stream starting next weekend on Friday at 12 o'clock PST, going 24 hours. It's actually technically going to be longer than 24 hours because I'm going to have to take a nap in the middle. Documentaries, news, a little bit of video games, some esoteric, fucked up video games. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you, if you're lurking on here and you're watching, make sure you're going to your social media. Pester your family. Hey, there you go, Strategy. There you go, thank you. Pester your family just like Strategy did. The other three said, what the fuck?
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
What the what? I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch 24 seconds of that, let alone 24 hours. All right, folks, Ukraine time. It's another Bakhmut with Avdiivka, which makes perfect sense. Ukraine, just like with Bakhmut, Ukraine took advantage of the situation for as long as they could, allowing Russia to pour an unbelievable amount of resources into this, and eventually, of course, they take it because it's overwhelming. Some commanders are saying 10-1, outgunned, running out of ammo. And once again, my criticism has to go to the commanders who stretched it out way too long. Apparently a bunch of soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers, got captured. And it's like, did you learn anything from Bakhmut? What was the other one? Chem Goblin, where they got, in the factory, where they got caught up. Over 100 of them got surrounded, cut off, and stranded. Yeah, thank you. Azovstal. Same goddamn thing. What are you doing? You know goddamn well there's going to be more of them coming, but you stick it out anyway. It's wishful thinking, right? It's like aspirational commanding instead of smart strategy. But we saw that in Azovstal, saw it in Bakhmut. Last second pullout. And Davey was nice enough. Your boy Davey put in some footage in the Discord that we're going to be playing. Fucking artillery shots blowing up as these guys are blasting out of the city. Last millisecond possible to get their ass out of there. And yeah, some guys got captured. Chem Goblin put in the Discord several POWs getting murdered right on camera by Russians. So you get surrounded, you get cut off, and then a bunch of guys get captured and killed. Did you learn anything from Bakhmut? I'm a little pissed off about this. Like, once, you know, Azovstal was one thing. Bakhmut, okay, you're figuring this strategy out. But at Avdiivka, you're just literally repeating the same exact mistakes in Avdiivka. And yeah, I mean, technically, if you look at the numbers, it's a victory for Ukraine. Russia, if Russia is going to take over Ukraine at this pace, just like with Bakhmut, if Russia is going to take over Ukraine at this pace, it's going to be millions and millions of soldiers and trillions of dollars, rubles, in military equipment. The amount of men and equipment that was destroyed, Russian men and equipment that was destroyed to take Avdiivka, is like 1 to 3 versus the amount of expenditure that the Ukrainians put out there. Ukrainians kicked a lot of ass in Avdiivka. I do not understand why soldiers were allowed to be surrounded, though. Right after Bakhmut. Okay, you're repeating Bakhmut. You know what the strategy is. You know what Russia is doing. You know there's an election in Russia. You know Putin wants this Avdiivka victory. Right? So that you just desperately hope against, wish upon a star that he's not going to dump an unbelievable amount of resources into doing that, which of course he did. Even if Joe Biden pulls the trigger on aid right now, it's not going to get there for at least a month. It's not going to really get to the front line for at least a month. It takes a long time to get ammo and shit to the front lines. So this idea that, someone's going to pull a rabbit out of your hat, I don't know, man. Like I said, look, I'm an armchair general, right? I'm looking at this from the outside. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. But from my opinion, it looks like a lot of repeated mistakes from Bakhmut. And I'm like, what did we learn then? Did those guys that died in Bakhmut mean nothing? Why are we repeating our mistakes here in Avdiivka? And where's the goddamn booby traps? How come you don't have a team of demolition guys in every building everywhere, putting as much dynamite that you can, so when the Russians roll in, dude, you are setting those motherfuckers off. You know they're going to be in there. Where's the mines, right? How come that whole place wasn't a death trap when they're pulling out? Yeah, Estonian, we covered that yesterday. Did we? Or no, I might actually, no, I have it queued up. So let's get to the actual news. Ukraine frontline fighting. This is hot off the presses, by the way. We're going to get to the new stuff. First few videos are going to be brand new videos. And then, a couple day old videos, right? We're going to get into some of the stuff I had set up yesterday. But this is from 6 hours ago. Warning, graphic frontline footage. Better get my filter out. But Ukraine frontline fighting, retreat from Avdiivka. God damn it, I love that song. They do not allow even humanitarian, perishable, and dangerous goods to pass through. Yeah, the Polish farmers are pissed. And quite frankly, I feel like that's a failure of the Polish government. That is not like the fault of Ukraine. You know, if Polish farmers want protection on their grain, well, who's in charge of Poland? You know, who's the people that can actually implement that? You know, this what is this corny ass idea that you're just gonna block? I guess blocking it is then pressure on the government. Okay, so that maybe that's what's going on here. But it's like, well, I hope the Polish government figures out a resolution to this, because it feels like it's kind of an easy one to figure out. Subsidy, tax break, something, right? And we're good to go. But you can't have your farmers in your own country going bankrupt. You know, that's not going to help your effort to help their war effort, Ukraine's. I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like politics sucks, dude. Politics sucks. It's fucking crap. Sucks ass.
Avdiivka, a key town in the east of the country, on a lack of long-range weapons.
Yeah, you're probably right,
Kyiv
Devin.
has pulled its forces out after a lengthy battle. Russian troops have been on the offensive around Avdiivka for months, and tonight President Putin has congratulated them for taking complete control of the town. President Zelensky said his soldiers had been outgunned 10-1 and made an urgent appeal for more weapons from the international community.
Yeah.
Our correspondent Andrew Harding sent this report from the Donbass region.
Oh shit, I got my filter ready.
Ukrainian troops filmed themselves as they withdraw from Avdiivka. Exhausted after the longest and perhaps the bloodiest battle of the war so far. Russian shells still landing close by.
So this is that footage I'm going to be showing later. They don't even show all the footage. They don't even show the best part, I think, from that piece of footage.
Center, a Russian flag is raised.
Oh, fuck you.
And another on a rooftop in one of the town's industrial areas. The Kremlin is already crowing, releasing footage of Russian fighter jets in action. Air power has played a big role in this victory.
God damn you. God damn you, Joe Biden.
Ukrainian forces have also been struggling with acute shortages of men and, in particular, of ammunition.
So these are the last 2 shells that you have?
Yes, this artillery officer told us a week ago, blaming Western nations for halting supplies. The result? Ukrainian infantry fighting to hold on to Avdiivka have been heavily outgunned. By as much.
At the same time, Ukrainian commanders know this. They know this is the reality. Instead of a strategy of crossing their fingers and hoping the aid shows up, they should have been ready with a more efficient pullout strategy than hoping and praying to the last fucking millisecond and then yanking your guys out as quickly as possible, getting a lot of them killed. You know, this is the most difficult military maneuver, is fighting while retreating. So instead of having a game plan that reduces that as much as possible, you just cross your fingers, hope against hope, and then when shit really hits the fan, you scramble out of there like a Looney Tunes character. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about, and I know I'm exaggerating, but I'm just super frustrated to see this almost 1-for-1 duplicate scenario to Bakhmut, and seemingly nobody has learned jack shit. Leon, the Russian losses are much higher than the Ukrainian losses. That's undeniable. But once again, you know, these are things that they, you know, Ukraine, like it's smart. It's smart to hold Avdiivka and allow Russia to pour resources into that effort and waste those resources trying to take a very unimportant location. It's really it's a pariah victory, as someone said in the chat there, for Putin. Doesn't have any real strategic value. It's not like it's like Avdiivka and then you get Kyiv, right? You got a few more steps. So all this is known. It's like literally just like Bakhmut, and it's like let's just bang our head against the wall doing the same exact thing. I don't get it, man, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm a jackass and I'm analyzing this wrong and I have the wrong conclusion. And if I knew what I was talking about and I had military experience and I had more data, I'd be singing a different tune. Maybe that's the case, right?
Just 10 to 1. And so, eventually, Ukraine ordered a withdrawal. At times, well organized, but not always. Here, a Ukrainian armored vehicle is hit by a drone.
Yeah, but these
Overall,
stone cold
though,
motherfuckers,
it's Russia that has suffered by far
you know,
the
don't even
heaviest
flinch,
losses
dude.
here.
They just open the bag, let the smoke roll out.
Russia has suffered 47,000
died
casualties in Avdiivka since last October. Those are huge losses. In such circumstances, we consider this a successful operation.
Outside Avdiivka, Ukrainian soldiers are already reinforcing new defensive lines.
We need a new word for it. I don't know if it's a victory or a, you know.
On its own, the fall of this one small town won't change the course of the war. But again, Russia has shown its sheer determination, its massive firepower, and its willingness to sustain very heavy casualties. And none of that is good news for Ukraine.
Yeah.
No wonder towns nearby are nervous.
Yeah, goddamn.
Every day I think about the future, not only this town.
Yeah, get out of there,
about
lady.
Every town, Покровська, Авдіївка, Костянтиновка, Дніпро, Kyiv.
That they may be next.
Yes.
Sure.
For now, in Avdiivka, the Russians are once more lord.
But it's gonna take. It's not like they're just gonna roll in and blitzkrieg through the whole place. Every town is a slog like this, and it, as insurmountable as Russia's economy and army seem, and their ability to outproduce anybody, there does have to be limits to this, seemingly. But unfortunately, I have a clip that explains that Russia's economy has actually been doing better. More money than ever, right? The Allies came through. They found other sources of income.
Of the
sanctions aren't working.
Andrew Harding, BBC News, Eastern Ukraine.
Leon, seemingly for years.
Well, next weekend will mark the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's take a closer look at what is happening on the front line in the east of the country. This is what the east looked like in October last year. The large section of pink shows the areas where Russia had full military control. The sections covered.
You know, so this map seems dramatic, but when you really zoom it out and see the actual amount of territory that Russia has, you know, gotten, it's really not that much. You know, any amount of territory is going to be considered a loss, a defeat in the eyes of the mainstream media. And, you know, this is very dramatic because she's like, oh, all the striped areas get covered up. But it really wasn't. It's not like Russia took major chunks of Ukraine. I don't think they've even completely taken back the Donbass.
But in stripes show some Russian control, and then the yellow patches denote more recent Russian advances. And if we look at the same map today, we can see how the front line has changed.
Minefields, Yane. Minefields and proper digging in and defense. Russia, you know, went in half-cocked with its invasion of Kyiv. They thought it was going to be like Crimea, a wham bam, thank you, ma'am operation. What the reality was is that the United States, since 2014, had been working with Ukraine to prepare for a Russian invasion, even though nobody was really taking it seriously, even Zelensky. There still were enough preparations done to prepare the Ukrainian military for that, and they were ready for the Russian military. The Russian military, in single file line formation, was rolling down the goddamn highway in a convoy 50 miles fucking long, and Ukraine just annihilated those vehicles. Not all of them, of course, but completely halted that advance. And the reason why the reason why is because of the 2014 invasion of Crimea. The United States had worked with Ukraine to prep them.
The pink has engulfed the stripes, and those yellow sections have expanded significantly. In other words, Russian troops are advancing westwards. Let's return to Andrew Harding in eastern Ukraine. And so what does today's news from that region mean for the wider war, Andrew?
Good evening, Jane. So if you look at the big picture, I think it's clear that both the Russians and the Ukrainians now realize that this is going to be a very long war. No possibility really of a quick breakthrough. You may remember that last year, Ukraine launched that big counteroffensive with a lot of Western weapons, Western tanks and so on. It failed.
They didn't have the air support, man. They were missing an essential element to making that push successful.
Back almost no territory, largely because the Russians had dug in and put so many minefields in their path. Then you've had a bit of a stagnant period for the last month or two, and now the Russians are having essentially their turn at trying to break through Ukrainian lines. They're not making huge progress, but they are trying now, not just in Avdiivka, but other places north of here, to break through. The Ukrainians have made it clear that they are going to dig in and try and make sure the Russians suffer huge losses in the coming months. And then the Ukrainian hope is that they'll get more Western weapons, including long-range missiles and including perhaps fighter jets. And then they, at some point, perhaps later this year or even next year, will have another go at trying to reclaim all the territory that's still under Russian control.
Yeah. You know, it's like there was a golden opportunity. There was a golden opportunity to hit Russia hard and fast and push them back with the full force of the Ukrainian military assisted. Could have worked something out, man. Could have worked something out to get some planes in the air, you know. And we didn't do it. Why? To avoid escalating with Putin. Oh, if we start really defeating him, if we really start kicking his butt, then he'll drop a nuke. Please. Here's Zelensky right here speaking very frankly about the current situation. And if I was Zelensky, I'd be pretty ripping pissed. You know, I'd be pretty ripping. I'd have a hard time holding my composure because it's like, man, we were a pussy hairs away from doing this right. And your weakness and your failure to really see the danger of allowing Russia to set this precedent, your inability to work together to make this happen. And it's if Ukraine wasn't giving everything, if these Ukrainian soldiers weren't giving everything, honestly, though, I think it's time for Ukraine to enter that total war economy. You know, it's time to enter total war, a total war stance. You know, I think this idea that we're going to be able to do this and, avoid, drafting young people and avoid drafting people by force, in a more forceful manner, at least. I think that's a bit of a fantasy now. But it really is time. Russia has basically done this covertly, has entered a total war stance covertly. But I think it's time for Ukraine to do something similar. Because even this entire year, it's going to be like pulling teeth, getting any kind of resources from the United States into Ukraine. So I really do think they need to prepare for the worst. They should start the preparations for a Trump presidency and hope to God that doesn't happen. But they should start right now with prepping for a right-wing presidency that's going to starve them of resources. It would be much easier if Ukrainian media wasn't so stupid and counterproductive. Interesting. I don't really watch a lot of Ukrainian media, so I'll have to take your opinion on that at face value. But I can tell you, look, it's a very difficult thing. You seem, Chem Goblin, you're very sure about it. But I can tell you, it's a hell of a thing to force a teenager to go to war, and then he gets killed. That's a hell of a decision, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. But this is an emergency, and as I said from the very beginning, this is an existential fight for existence for the Ukrainian nation. And that changes things. This is not just a simple territorial dispute. This is, once again, an attempt of complete domination. And that does change the situation. And justifies a draft. It justifies a total war stance. As horrific as that decision can be. It's a terrible decision.
I will have a meeting with senators today. I think we will have detailed speech with detail. They have to understand what's going on. And
I see what you're saying, Chem Goblin. Yeah, that is a very delusional stance. They should probably not do that. Fill people up with a bunch of false hope.
I think I don't want to push such message to the United States because they did a lot for us. Did a lot.
Need to work.
I see Nancy Pelosi.
A lot more work.
Thank you so much. We did together a lot. Thank you from our people, from all our hearts. Thank you so much. Just we have to work in one joint team. That is the answer. If Ukraine will be alone, you have to understand what will be. Russia will destroy us, destroy Baltic, destroy Poland, and they can do it. Yesterday I had very interesting, very useful, I think, dialogues with
That's a start, Chem Goblin.
German government and also with France partners. And I said very clearly and very honestly, if you will remind that what was going on in Ukraine in 2014, our people been not ready for the war, for the quick occupation of Crimea, part of Donbass, and then during almost 8 years, people began to be ready for such aggression, not only with a weapon. It's not a question of weapon. You're ready psychologically. And to my mind, I think so. God bless you, will not have any attacks from Russia, but to my mind, that in Europe there is no any nations for today who is ready for invasion, because
their militaries are anemic. They're peacetime defense militaries. That's just like, okay, well, we got our capital covered, but he's 100% correct. Nobody is ready for that. Maybe Poland is the most ready. You know what I mean? But, there's a reason why Finland and Sweden, yeah? Switzerland? Damn it, is it Switzerland? It's Switzerland, isn't it? Finland and Switzerland are joining NATO. Their militaries are not ready for that shit. They're not ready for that Russian heat. Sweden. Thank you. Fucking Sweden. Fuck! But there's a reason why they're not ready. And he's 100% correct. And he's like, I'm the first line defense to a much bigger, conflict. It's like World War fucking III, if you really think about it. Right? Like, it's basically if Russia literally, in a couple of years after taking over Ukraine, immediately starts another invasion campaign of a non-NATO country, that's World War III, even if it's non-NATO. Because it's like, okay, okay, all right. You know what I mean? Ladder Ramos, thank you for that follow. I think even if Russia managed to capture and control all of Donbass, that would be a big victory. Yeah, no, even this Avdiivka thing is, considered a victory by a lot of media pundits for Russia, even though they had to throw, 3-1 Russian soldiers into it. Yeah, Davey, I don't, the neutral stance, the neutral but not really neutral stance has really served Switzerland quite well, though. You can't deny that.
Because we are stronger or better. Not, of course, we are the same, with the same values. But we had this all these years. And your nations didn't have. And psychologically, and informationally, and in media, you didn't prepare your nations. Understanding why? Because nobody wants it. I mean, that's why. That's why. Senators have to understand only in unity we can win Russia, and they have to understand that we will win with them or not. We don't have any other way. We have only one land.
It's his existence.
Ukraine.
Okay. It's absolutely Zelensky's existence too, because he will, he'll be slipping on banana peels if he's ever, he'll be, paraded around. They'll do the whole Navalny thing. Parade him around for years and years, show trials, kangaroo courts, making sure every picture of him is in a cage, watching him get anemic, starving, bald, right? And then one day, I think they told Navalny's parents or something that he just had sudden death syndrome. Oh, Lordy. By the way, Davey has been very clear, and thank you, Davey, at pointing out that Navalny is not this democratic hero that MSNBC seems to label him as. So don't worry, we'll be covering all that coming up. So this is some sobering information from, I don't know, this guy. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen him before. Show you this guy. I don't know who this guy is. Not this guy right here. Like, I don't know. He kind of looks Russian. But if he's accurate at all, Matthew hears from defense analyst Colonel Simon Diggins. Simon Diggins. Who's up next for Russia after Ukraine? Maybe Moldova. Do an easy one. Score a quickie. Do a quickie in Moldova. Quickie takeover. Little summer holiday. Yeah, but I mean, you don't really even need to take. Russia is perfectly happy allowing you to keep your little pretend identity as long as you're a total slave to the whims of Moscow. But that was the problem with Ukraine, right? Is they were like, no, we'd like to join NATO. We really don't want to be under your thumb anymore. By the way, we're also gonna take Crimea. Remember that you gave us Crimea? Remember that? No, we didn't. I didn't give you anything. I'm gonna take Crimea back. No. So you think you have independence? Yeah, it's more useful as a vassal state, right? Because it looks like Russia has more allies, right?
And the situation in Ukraine, I was watching tanks with no shells, or they had two shells, and those two didn't work. I mean, it's bleak.
Keep the details out of the chat. Literally no one gives a fuck.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay? You, Snow.
Sanctions going to make any difference, Cameron? Sort of...
No, is the honest answer. I mean, bizarrely, the Russian economy has actually grown. It's got a GDP rate at the moment, which we'd be proud of, 2.6% growth per annum. What Putin has done is basically turned his economy into a war economy.
Yeah.
They spend some 6% of their GDP now on military spending, compared to ours, limps over 2% if you do some very creative accounting. And so 1/3 of all Russian government expenditure is now being spent on military spending. And I say, and it's an economy that's actually great. It's pure military Keynesianism, if you want to put it in those terms. And
military Keynesianism, interesting.
That's what's happening. Basically, he's outspending this. There's always an issue with, if you like, the relative material balance between Russia and Ukraine. Significantly larger countries, significantly larger resources, but that's kind of where we are now. So, the failure of the US to get that measure through, the rather kind of the sometimes hesitant spending by the Europeans has a direct effect.
As a military man, how do you foresee? I mean, there are so many variables, but
no, but you can't deny the results, though. You hate it or love it. He immediately, cut off SWIFT, right? The sanctions started. Putin immediately started, going to Africa, going to China, literally creating a Russian clone of McDonald's, and it's been effective, selling oil to India, pennies on the dollar, right? Russian oil salesman coming up there. I got the deal for you, man. I got the deal for you, dude. And India just can't say no, because you know what you do, right? You buy this shit, pennies on the dollar as crude, then you refine it and sell it for a fortune. Okay? And India can't get enough of that, right? Because it's the best deal in the world right now for oil. And of course, India is not the only one. In fact, I keep doing this. I don't know. Is you, Davey? Can you please help a brother out? And for the love of God, tell me, is the United States has the United States stopped buying oil from Russia? Like 100% proof. Yes. Iran, North Korea, comedy for Russia, economical friendship better than Venezuela. Okay. It's all right. You can take the time to spell check your stuff. It's all right. We're not going anywhere.
I'm just wondering, because the way I'm seeing it is no money from the United States. I suspect we'll see more Russian advances. How many Russian advances will the West tolerate before it steps up to the plate? And if that is the way we're going,
Russia. So apparently the United States is buying from third parties. So maybe they're buying from India, who's getting it from Russia. But come on, Uncle Sam. Come on, we can do better than this. You haven't watched the Bloomberg Shadow Fleet video yet, have you? No. We can do better than this. I'm so sick and tired of Uncle Sam being the nastiest player in the game. What happened to everyone's fucking jerking it to Spider-Man, right? Meanwhile, our country is acting like fucking carnage. If our country is not acting like Dr. Doom, I could tell you that. Meanwhile, everyone's wants to be responsible. You got power, you should have responsibility. That's what Americans really want. Meanwhile, their country is going completely berserk.
What a useless approach. 2 years this war's been fighting. Many people have died to hold the ground that Ukraine still has. And here we are making their life much more difficult.
Yeah, no, I think militarily it might be more problematic on the ground, because I think curiously both sides are learning from each other. One of the reasons why the Ukrainian counteroffensive did not succeed last year is the Russians had created defences in depth. And so even though I think the elements they tried to deploy were well trained, they knew what they were doing, the defences were just too big for them. And there was a material imbalance as well.
They were given all the time in the world, weren't they? It was all delaying. There was lots of scandals about, you promised us a bunch of stuff and didn't deliver. They're only just now receiving some of the stuff that we promised them a year ago.
The Ukrainians are much the same. So the Russians may be content at the moment to take some conduct limited attacks to get back land. Whether we'll see a kind of major, what you might call operational level offensive, may be more problematic. It may just suit them effectively to try and bleed Ukraine dry and force them at some point to the negotiating table. So attacks in order to draw the Ukrainians in, but not necessarily a kind of major offensive as we saw 2 years ago.
The West is understandably reluctant, I think, of being drawn into a sort of direct confrontation with Putin. I'm still wondering, I mean, Zelensky's made it clear many times he wants sort of air support. We've been reluctant to provide it. I'm trying to think if there's one pivotal move we could make, the West could make, that would change the balance of this war. And I'm wondering whether air is the way to go and whether we still have anxieties about going in that direction.
I think we would not ourselves deploy our own aircraft against the Russians in terms, unless there was some a major catastrophe. So if the Russians did conduct a major counter-offensive, a major offensive, then that might be the case. I mean, the only other circumstance I'm aware of, and the Russians have talked rather vaguely about using nuclear weapons. I think that will be a game changer, but that'll be a game changer in all sorts of different ways as well.
They're not using nukes. They're not doing that, dude. You drop a nuke, all gloves are off. The entire full might of NATO and the United States military and likely other European militaries is now on your ass. Without any worry about escalation, because guess what? You just did the ultimate escalation. And no amount of jackasses on your rushing media saying, oh, it's all justified, you did it too, is going to stop the full force of NATO and the United States and, like I said, other European militaries that ball up. And the Russian military needs to be they have to be 100% aware of that. So this idea, it's an immediate I want to lose button. You drop a nuke and all of a sudden the entire calculation changes and all your advantages evaporate. Russia gets to pepper Ukrainians with an air force that isn't as harassed as it should be because of the under-equipped Ukrainian military and the fact that the Ukrainian Air Force is anemic. You drop a nuke, that whole calculation changes, dude.
Should happen next year. So sorry, down this year, 2024. Is that the Ukrainians will start to receive the F-16s, which they came from before. But whether that will give them a decisive advantage, I frankly doubt. I think it will help them when they conduct their own counterattacks. It will help them to stop the Russians. Whether it would give them an overall improved advantage to attack and defeat Russia, I think is unlikely. And I think we're potentially looking at a long drawn out sort of stalemate in that area. It doesn't stop Putin, on the other hand, from looking for alternatives elsewhere, which I think is a real danger.
Is there one move we should be making that we're not seeing, that we're missing?
I think the real thing is we really must commit to
it's more of everything.
I mean, as I said to you, I slightly sarcastically, I said, we've our just over 2% figure. It kind of limps over the line. Whether you think I deserve my pension, but my military pension's included in that figure. So I mean, that's hardly.
It's pushing it a bit, isn't it? To say that's military spending, that is pushing it.
My specific military value to the country now is probably a little bit limited, but if you include all the veterans, pensions in those figures, that's not what we need. I mean, the figures that have been bandied around is around 3% as a starter, but that's 3% of our GDP, which is a significant enhancement of where we are at the moment. The government's best offer at the moment, this is Rishi Sunak, is 2.5% when fiscal and economic circumstances allow. That's the wrong measure. We need to measure in terms of need, not in terms of accountants.
Yeah, big surprise. This general thinks we should be dumping a shitload more money into defense. But you got to spend money on this stuff to have something to send over to them. So he's correct. While this conflict is going on, and while Britain is trying to support Ukraine, we gotta refill your warehouses. You know, you gotta have this stuff ready. You don't want to leave yourself completely vulnerable. It's interesting though, because we all know Britain could actually totally leave itself totally vulnerable, and it's not like any country is going to have the audacity to just roll in there. You know, like it's some kind of advanced wars strategy, right? like sneaks in from behind, takes over the capital city. China just rolls into London. There's no one here. There's no ammo. So you could technically do that, but that's a good way to get beaten the fuck up politically, right? Like, oh, you're the politician that left, you know, Britain completely vulnerable to invasion because you gave a foreign country all of our weapons.
Penny counting.
No one wants to do that.
Where the government is. So we need a significant uptake. As to the other European countries,
got to pay for
that
more.
Might
Need
start
more.
then to provide us the defenses we need.
As a lefty, I don't like the idea of increasing military expenditure. You know, I don't really like the idea, but Ukraine is one of those special circumstances, right? So yeah, I know in this case I do agree. Especially if a good majority of these resources, you know, if a lot of it is planned to go over there, like that's why we're doing it. You know, then I agree even more.
Need and other people need, so that Putin looks elsewhere for his next adventure.
Colonel Simon Dickens, I'm indebted to you, and I don't want to take up any more time of your retirement, especially as we're paying for it. Gosh, I didn't realise that was factored into the military spending. Gosh. Let's go straight now over to Samuel Green, Professor of Russian Politics at King's College London. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Having heard from a military man, I'd be fascinated to hear your perception of what's going on. The threat of more sanctions, first of all, that's what Lord Cameron is putting out there. Do you think that would carry any weight in Russia?
Frankly, no.
No.
I think, you know, Russia has learned to weaponize the sanctions to a certain extent, certainly for the purposes of increasing domestic political and economic control. It has been able to weather. I don't want to say they're not having an effect, right? No. They are making things more difficult for the Russian economy. They're increasing the cost of capital. They're making it more expensive for Russia to do everything that it's doing. It's just that, you know, as your previous commentator was saying, for Russia, this has...
Cool, I got a bot in my chat. That's cool.
This is mission critical, certainly the way that they see it. And so they have put the entirety of their system on a war footing. And they're not going to let sanctions stop them.
Do you? It may be a difficult question to answer. I'm trying to work out what Putin might be afraid of. I mean, there's £75 billion, $95 billion potentially coming down the line from the United States. I say potentially, it's difficult to know when that money may be released at the moment. Is that something that would concern Putin, that, you know, more money would lead to more shells, which might lead to more advancements by the Ukrainians?
I mean, honestly, to answer his question before this guy who knows what he's talking about answers the question, I feel like consistent, overwhelming, you know, pushback by the Ukrainians, you know, who are well funded and well supplied, is the best thing, right? When it's just consistent loss after loss after loss with actual territorial gains from Ukraine, like that's all they're missing, and really, it's not going to take much more. It's going to take Ukraine to kick into a full war economy, into a full war stance, but it's also going to take the full force of the of the Western Alliance, full support of the Western Alliance, and those consistent losses. And then once Crimea is challenged, once Crimea is legitimately challenged, then all bets are off. You know, when it comes to Russian politics, because as Vlad Vexler has talked about, Crimea has a kind of, it's like, you know, it has a cultural significance to Russia, especially from Putin's very specific historical worldview. They kind of see it as the, you know, some kind of crown jewel or something like that. No, I'm not speaking for all Russians. I'm just saying a lot of these nationalists, but that would affect politics, because you would have this criticism from these hardliners that are like, Putin, you're failing. You're the president that lost his Crimea, or, you know, you're about to lose his Crimea with your failed strategy of attrition. I feel like that would be the most effective, right? Is like, you know, really really getting close to Crimea or actually starting the campaign of restoring Crimea to Ukraine. But it's like it seems like we're a million miles away from that. Greetings from the south of Boston. It's your boy Lenny. Make sure you like and subscribe to the #1 streamer on Twitch. It's Lenny, folks. AccidentsWaitingToHappen.com. Make sure you check out Lenny. Hey, Lenny, don't forget next weekend I'll be doing a 24-hour News Underground stream. Make sure you stop in, pop in. We'd love to see you. Friday and Saturday. Make sure you check it out.
Well, I think that certainly he's been trying very hard to make that not happen. His whole, conversation with Tucker Carlson was also about trying to drive what he saw as a final nail in the coffin of that spending. But I think more than the amount of money, I don't want to say the amount of money isn't important. It very clearly is. But more than the amount of money is the duration, right? The U.S. and others have said as long as it takes. Putin at the moment is the only one out there who is committed to this as long as
exactly.
As long as it takes, right? He does not face a parliament or anybody else who is asking questions about how long we should be spending money and lives on this.
No, he's the only one dedicated to as long as it takes, right? Everyone else is cynically saying it for political reasons. Putin's the only one that's really said, "Oh no, I mean that shit. We're doubling down, tripling down. I'm gonna switch my whole economy into a full-blown war economy, dude. I'm shitting all over your cornflakes. You ain't stopping me." And he's really the only one that's really meant it.
The West is not, of course, spending lives on this. Ukraine is, but we keep communicating to him that there will be time limits to this. We keep communicating every time we pass a 3-month or a 6-month or a 9-month spending package, right, that all he has to do is sit there and wait. So I think that the real game changer is probably less about the amount of money and probably less about the specific weapons than an actual durable strategic commitment to an incontrovertible Russian military defeat in Ukraine.
That makes perfect sense to me. What can you tell us about the reaction at home in Russia to the war? I mean, in the early days, we were hearing a lot that many people in Russia had no idea what was going on, that the media over there pumps the line that the Ukrainians were Nazis, et cetera, and posing this massive threat. Now you've got 315,000 plus dead.
Yeah, Lenny, yeah.
Those
deaths,
wounded,
those messages, that sends a different message. And I just wondered if there's any support, what kind of support there is for this war, and whether or not that has any bearing on Putin.
Not really.
Well, look, it's hard to know because the ability to collect data and whether we necessarily trust the data, is a question. There are very powerful incentives for people to look like they support the war and sound like they support the war, even if they don't, given the nature of politics in Russia.
Yeah.
But the dominant position that most people seem to be taking is to try just to minimize the impact that the war has on their lives. Most Russians are able to go about their daily lives sort of ignoring the war. Most Russians are not asked to fight in the war. When they are asked to fight in the war, we see very few people doing so voluntarily. Right? We see large numbers of people that they leave the country or try to bribe their way out of the military draft, for that reason. So it's hard to see that there's a groundswell of support for it. But, Putin and the propaganda machine give people a lot of reasons to tolerate it, right? So these ideas that this is, this is a NATO attack or a Western attack on Russia, the idea that Ukraine is, historically Russian territory or that there are Nazis running the country, right? These are things that frankly, serve as very convenient excuses for people simply to wave the war away and to not have to deal with the question.
Samuel Green, I have to leave it there. I am mindful.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of ambivalent to it, and kind of just going along with the ridiculous narrative is a whole lot easier than challenging it, for obvious reasons. So I'm glad that the question about what's the opinion of Russian media and what's the opinion of Russian people has come up, because I wanted to show this latest clip here from Russian Media Monitor just from 4 hours ago. This is a great YouTube channel that everyone should like and subscribe to, by the way. Russian Media Monitor. If you want to watch this, if you consider this entertaining in any way, but it's a great channel, great resource that translates the extremist Russian news media, just the juicy clips, right? And, allows us to kind of get a window into what, tuning into. This I think this would be considered the Fox News, but this is all this, and these opinions are basically saturate all Russian media because there's no other alternative. But I would be curious if there's is there a Regis and Kathy Lee version of this kind of shit? You know what I mean? Because this is so hardcore. This is so Fox News, in its presentation. Is there a Good Morning America version of this kind of propaganda in Russia as well? I'd like to see a little window into that as well, seeing how they, do they use softer language, to talk about how it's justified, what they're doing in Ukraine, that kind of stuff, right?
Какой смысл немецким СМИ регулярно показывать фрагменты наших передач?
Нет, немецкое это другое.
Нет, что другого? Американские СМИ, которые регулярно показывают фрагменты наших передач.
Они просто автоматически в той системе.
Какой автоматически? Какая им разница вообще, что где-то существует наша передача?
Потому что они воспринимают нас как врага.
Чего так все на деда взъели с Трампа? Не понимаю. Просто реально не понимаю.
Трамп.
Выпады Трампа в адрес НАТО разворошили осиное гнездо. А когда Трамп что-то другое говорил? Несчастный Такер Карлсон. Вот он просто, ему сегодня спрашивают, подожди, а что хотел сказать Путин? Хочет сказать, 2 часа интервью, посмотрите. Первые 25 минут. Почему? А вот все-таки, что вы от Карлсона требуете? Не требуйте ничего от Карлсона. Карлсон вообще ему сейчас тяжело. Он вдруг понял, что он всю свою жизнь жил в глубокой, жалкой, ничтожной провинции. Потому что Карлсон Москву увидел.
Вот это интервью, и даже уже касательно его содержания не важно. Это все равно эффект информационной атомной бомбы. Это ваша мечта скинуть эту неинформационную настоящую. Это произошло сегодня. Очередная годовщина подписания Минских соглашений, и Путин в своем интервью очень интересную фразу произнес. Она вроде бы не новая, но как на нее не обратили внимания. Неспособность государства Украины, созданного...
Strategy, unfortunately, we're going to be watching some evidence that Navalny was not this hero of democracy. So, he very much agreed with, taking Ukraine. He was very much a Russian nationalist. He in full agreement with the invasion, fully supported the invasion of Crimea. So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be mourning this character. But what I will do is, we're going to be talking about it because it is a window into the ruthlessness of Putin. Here's this person who could have been a rather powerful ally, but he was so popular. Putin saw him as a direct challenge to power and needed to eliminate him and diminish him. Even though he's a very charismatic person that could have probably helped him out quite immensely, but Putin was like, no, we're not going to let you get anywhere close to power. The only people that can get close to power are sycophants and navel gazers and, groveling, sniveling cowards who are afraid of me murdering them at any second. Those are the only people I'm going to give any power to because I want full control over them. So yeah, it's really interesting to see MSNBC and other leftist media paint this Navalny character as some kind of hero to democracy. Why? Just because he challenged Putin politically, but he basically agreed with him on everything. He's kind of like a Ron DeSantis. If you want to have a U.S. comparison, to Trump. It's like, a different kind of character. Different kind of vibe. But same policies, same nationalism, same bullshit.
В границах 91-го года. И
U.S. media wasn't lionizing Prigozhin as much as Navalny.
Проводило, начиная с 91-го года, как раз доказывается тем, что если бы они выполняли Минские соглашения, Украина все равно бы распалась.
You gotta defeat Ukraine first, guys.
Поэтому, когда вот сейчас обсуждают там Сырский, изменится ли что изменится, назначение Сырского меняет суть киевского режима? Нет, все, дальше вопросы, ну, чисто военно-технические, военно-тактические, стратегические, это ничего не меняет.
Интервью, вот этот 28-30-минутный кусок исторический, интервью Путина еще важен еще по какой причине. Абсолютное большинство людей за границами России, которые слушали это интервью, вообще ничего никогда не знали ни об Украине, ни о России, ни о нашей истории. И теперь на этом месте незнания будет версия Путина.
О чем я и говорю.
Будет версия Путина, а не какая...
Oh, wow, that's interesting that they're acknowledging that Putin's version of history is wildly inaccurate. Like I said, if you're Russian and you're actually fluent in like Russian history and you hear Putin speak about history, apparently it sounds like George Bush talking about U.S. history, like this kind of skewed version of history that doesn't quite reflect reality. And in some cases, directly contradicts it. Think about how Republicans deny the history of slavery, right? And the history of the South, and how they always deflect and say, well, it was all the Democrats. Democrats were the ones that were pro-slavery. I don't know. Not exactly, buddy, man. Especially the Jim Crow era, right, of conservatism. But you get this like deny, this desire, this need to rewrite history to fit your current political manifesto paradigm that you're trying to perpetuate, right?
Другая. Именно его слова просто технически, они встанут на место той, так сказать, вот той дыры, которая у них была. Потому что никто, на самом деле, даже те, кто разговаривает...
I would say Davey has been pretty consistent in calling out Navalny as a nationalist, and I think I've seen other mentions of that as well. But yeah, Cal Godot, I think it is fair to say that there is kind of a response, because honestly, I think the response is because there does seem to be some kind of attempt to rewrite history and lionize this guy. So I think a lot of people are trying to hey, loudly, hey, this guy is not, kind of a Che Guevara character, not even though, right? But just not exactly, someone you want to put on a t-shirt and praise. There's a lot of mixed history there.
По этому поводу вот этого всего, пусть даже схематично,
not an action, comparison, not an action. Right, but...
Вот это, конечно, вещь такая очень важная американцам, прежде всего консервативному среднему классу показали глубину проблемы, куда они втягиваются. Такер Карлсон, конечно...
This guy has a pretty big opinion on Tucker Carlson's, reach on Twitter.
Конечно, парень хороший, но не орел. О, как!
Наш президент очень хорошо выступил, мудро, но он президент. Он не может говорить жестко и резко, как вы говорите, как мы говорим. Вот. Я бы так посоветовал бы всем нашим согражданам и нормальным людям, которые еще остались в Европе, переезжайте в Россию, места всем хватит. Потому что в случае большой войны мы не пойдем, я думаю, наступать танковыми колоннами. У нас хватит ракет, чтобы сделать там санитарную зону. Пусть она будет радиоактивная, но, по крайней мере, оттуда угроз нам исходить не будет.
Пару слов по поводу Украины. В интервью Владимир Путин говорил о Минских соглашениях и прочее. Здесь вот говорилось о том, что Виталий Анатольевич, что я в данном случае не спорю, а просто, что Украина, она все равно бы развалилась. Вы знаете, меня убеждать не надо. Я считаю,
they're already doing victory laps, guys. This is so pathetic, but they're over here like look at the fucking face, man. Look at it. He's basically swaggering right now. They're just they're in hog heaven. And who do we have to blame? Who is the number one culprit right now? The right-wing Republican movement in America. And why are they doing this? Not because they care about, I mean, a lot of them, I guess, are connected to Russia. It's impossible to tell right now. We have no information on that. But it does seem to be predominantly to deny Joe Biden any kind of political victory, and Ukrainians dying and losing territory and having battlefield defeats. Politically, somehow, some way, they've turned that into some ghoulish political victory for their side. And they're going to ride that shit out till November, man. You know, some speculate that we might see, you know, the right wing do a 180 on Ukraine once they get into control, because it'll be a win for them. But the way that Donald Trump talks about Putin and other dictators, the way that he talks about how he's bragging about how he's fully willing to use Ukraine as a bargaining chip, you know, for goodwill, just hand over Ukraine. The way he talks about that so flippantly, I find it hard to believe that he would do a 180 with, you know, with that kind of language. It's not very wishy-washy at all. It was pretty clear, you know, we want to give Putin this victory in his language, so.
И уверен в этом, что Украина абсолютно искусственное образование, как и так называемая украинская нация. Они и сейчас к этому не готовы. Посмотрите примеры, так сказать, тех стран, которые ведут себя иногда абсолютно глупо, дальше собственного носа не видят, да? Даже их реакция на начало специальной военной операции, попытка дистанцироваться от России, да? Сейчас все время играют в какие-то игры. Это на самом деле близорукость. Им кажется, что они очень хитрые, но хитрость и это не означает, так сказать, стратегию, это не означает ум.
Ясно, что может сказать Джонсон и Шольц и прочие. Ведь Путин их убрал. Он сказал, что о чем с ними говорить? Вообще, они кто? И объяснил, почему они. И поэтому после этого каждый раз они пытаются что-то сказать, это выглядит как... А вы кто?
I can't take it anymore. I can't take anymore, dude. I mean, like, it's just unbearable. It's nearly unwatchable. If you want to see the rest of this nonsense, actually nonsense, you can go ahead and watch it here. You know, it's just, I can't take it. It's just fucking pathetic. Moving on to our next segment here. Once again, thank you, Davey, and thank you, Chem Goblin, and Woke Patriot as well, strategy member as well, for all of your links in the Discord. We see a lot of these here right now. Russian opposition leader Boris Nemtsov explaining in 2014 why Putin's anti-West crusade will hurt the country. Putin is turning Russia into a national resource colony of China. He said Putin will stay in power at least to 2024. Nemtsov was killed in 2015. All right, he has 45 seconds. Let's go ahead and hear what he has to say here. This is all the way back in 2014, before he was murdered.
У него есть план, как удержать власть. Такой план у него есть. А куда он ведет страну, я вам могу ответить, он ведет ее в сырьевую колонию Китая, потому что, отгородившись от Запада, от Европы, с главного, кстати, нашего торгового партнера, чтобы вы понимали, вот, он ведет страну в сырьевую зависимость Китая. Да, китайцам нужно всего только три вещи от нас. Первое – нефть и газ, и сырье, второе – территория, и третье – оружие. То есть его действия, вольно-невольно, превращают Россию в колонию. Поскольку социальная обстановка в стране ухудшается, поскольку уровень жизни людей снижается, а будут кошмарить просто всех, кто недоволен существующим порядком в стране. Я считаю, что он за власть будет цепляться до конца. Я думаю, что он будет цепляться еще 10 лет за власть.
Yeah, he was 100% correct, and you know, and then of course the martyrdom just makes him all the more of you know, accurate, right? I mean, you don't get killed unless you're saying something that's challenging power. That's how it goes. Get back over here. Moving on to our next clip. Get some tunage here. Isn't Visegrad 24 pro-Israel? I mean, there's a lot of pro-Israel, you know, so there's a lot of that. But that doesn't change. I mean, does that, you know, did they go back in time and, you know, or did they modify the video? You know, did they change the what he just said, you know, from 2014, you know? The quote is real, the video is real, so I'll take it. prediction of holding on to power until 2024 is accurate. I doubt it is. Putin's holding on to the end. He's 100% correct there. He's holding on until Putin dies. So I can't show you the video here. There's a video embedded into this article if you want to watch the video here, but this is Russia. For at least two reasons, and many more reasons, but at least two reasons, these Ukrainian POWs were shot in cold blood. First reason is the failure of the United States to back Ukraine up. But the second reason is a failure of the Ukrainian command to not repeat the mistakes that they made in Bakhmut. These guys should have been pulled out a fucking week ago. Should have been a very controlled and multi-phased pullout instead of cross your fingers until the very, very end and then yank everybody out at the last second. Some people getting caught and some people, like these poor Ukrainians, murdered in cold blood. Pretty sure their hands are up. Geneva Conventions POW. Murdered. I hope Mike Johnson sleeps at night. You know he does. Fuck Mike Johnson. Little bit of light news out of Ukraine. Zelensky signed the law on medical cannabis. Hold on, I need to get the right music here. There we go. Now we can talk about this. Yeah, that's right. I set this bit up. Leave me alone. President Volodymyr Zelensky signed the law on legalization of medical cannabis in Ukraine. Such information appeared on the card of Draft Law 7457. Council finally adopted the law on medical cannabis on December 21st, 2023. But the further movement of laws was blocked by deputies from Batshit Krasnia, who submitted a draft resolution on the cancellation of the decision of the Verkhovna Rada. You know what you're tubing. Bill was passed to fund Ukraine and Israel. Oh, really? Interesting, Davey. Not totally. Interesting. However, in the end, the resolution of Fatherland failed. Now the law will enter into force half a year after its promulgation. God damn it. Promulgation. In mid-July 2024. The Medical Cannabis Act regulates the circulation of cannabis only in medical, industrial, and scientific activities. Promulgate. The document specifies the medical use of cannabis-based drugs and instructs the government to expand the list of drugs. At the same time, the draft law provides that the distribution of marijuana for recreational consumption will continue to be a crime and will be investigated by the police in accordance with the law. Wait, what? Well, what the fuck then? This is not this. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Drug production will be strictly controlled at all stages. Only legal entities. What? Oh, so it's medical only? I see. So they're trying to do medical only. It can only be produced from medical. Okay, whatever. Lame. Boo. Man up. Just do it right. They tried this in America for 10 years and everyone just said, fuck it, legalize it. That's what the title says. Shut up. Shut up, Kim Goblin. You're over here reading. Say you have a bit of back pain. Drugs based on medical cannabis can be obtained only with an electronic prescription. Okay, yeah, so you don't even need to see a doctor. Or no, the doctor provides a prescription that's medical. Okay, I'm sick of this person, dude. I'm kind of sick of you, dude. Go bother somebody else. Sick of you. The Ministry of Health called the adoption of this law a historic decision and thanked the deputies on behalf of the medical community. After all, medical cannabis is a medicine for millions of people: cancer patients, people with multiple sclerosis, Patients receiving palliative care and medicines based on cannabis are allowed in 56 countries, blah, blah, blah. Just legalize it, dude. Just fucking legalize it. Come on, Zelensky. Come on. All right. Baby steps. Baby steps. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Internet gadfly DC Drano, also known as...
Oh, God. Didn't click you yet. I didn't click you yet. And I knew I needed to turn down the volume before I did that. God. Hate you two shorts. But no, this is a good video about misinformation on the right about Ukraine. So we're gonna listen to it. Sorry once again about the volume.
Internet gadfly DC Drano, also known as Rogan O'Handley, is lying about Tucker Carlson's visit to a Russian grocery store. Well, he's either lying or he can't do math. Both those possibilities are equally bad. So here's the basics. Right now, internet entertainer Tucker Carlson is in Russia, and he went to a grocery store to get groceries for his crew. A week's worth of groceries cost 9,400 rubles, roughly $103. And Rogan insinuates that since groceries only cost $100 for the whole crew, Biden inflation has destroyed the quality of life in America. Now, I'm not a big fan of politics, but I am a big fan of math. The average salary in Russia is about 73,000 rubles a month, according to the Federal State Statistics Service, which is this organization right here. If this is the grocery bill and this is the average salary, then the percentage is 13%. So a week's worth of groceries in Russia is 13% of your salary. In America, that would be $800 a week. So listen, buddy, I know you don't like the president. I don't care about that, but I do care about people who spread misinformation. And if you do that, I will catch you using math and science.
I'm sure there are some families spending $800 a week, but that is gonzo nuts for most people. That would be bananas, man, for me. $800 a week, that's way too much food. I wouldn't even know what to do with that, even with the current prices. It's a lot of goldfish crackers. I figured I needed to show this because this is kind of one of those viral clips. But this is another one of these Russian commentators. Yeah, Kim Goblin. Vodka and sausage. That's all I need. I like ham steak. Do I look like a guy that likes a good ham steak, guys? What do you think? Look at the ripples. Look at that. Rippling. But no, this is funny. This is basically one of these Russian commentators just making fun of the right-wingers that are like still pro Tucker Carlson, pro right-wing, right? Russian media mocks Trump supporters as not very smart, rednecks, and primitive people who you have to talk to with cliches and dumb slogans. And yes, of course, the hypocrisy is obviously offensive, basically. But what's funny to me is that there's right-wingers that are just like, they allow themselves to be convinced by Hannity and Tucker and other people to be pro-Putin, pro-Russia. And, God help them, they couldn't tell you why. They really honestly couldn't tell you why. And then over here in Russia, they're getting mocked for the useful idiots that they are.
За Трампа голосуют в массе своей не очень умные, примитивные люди, с которыми вот так вот и надо разговаривать. Шаблонными, тупыми лозунгами.
Да, для вот этих вот там реднеков, для какого-то там вот этого уровня, для деревенщин, да, что называется, которые вот вопиют.
Ой, извините, ради бога. 10 слов, которые он местами переставляет. Сволочь такая, все. Пойду сейчас...
Вы не его избираете.
Не, ну правда. Слушайте, и вот этот человек собирается быть опять президентом.
Это его манера.
Хватит. Да я не про себя говорю. Идиоты идиотские.
Это его манера общения.
Yeah, no, that's fair. They're talking about Trump. They're like, this guy's going to be president of the United States.
Сколько там они дают? 14 миллиардов. Израилю. Я бы 140 миллиардов. А Украине? Где это Украина? 60 миллиардов. Ничего. Все Израилю.
Красиво. Красиво.
Вот так вот.
Beautiful, beautiful. There you go. There you go, right wing. You stupid bastards. With your fucking politics and your attempt to completely dismantle democracy for your own fucking political party. Do you imagine if the Whigs destroyed American democracy so that they could stay relevant in American politics? Right? They completely dismantled the Electoral College, and and put a bunch of special rules in the states, so that we're still dealing with a party that America has left behind decades ago, but we have to deal with it because we're forced to. That's what they're doing. America doesn't want the Republican Party. America doesn't want conservatism. It's not like America wants neoliberals just as much either, but they're willing to live with the neoliberals. But for a lot of people in America, conservatives and Republicans discuss them. And it's stuff like this, man. There's nothing to salvage there.
За Трампа голосует в массе своей.
Yeah, there's just nothing to salvage.
With the
Sorry about that. Ukraine Zelensky to sign security pact with Germany and France. So this isn't, this is just only a minute and a half, but it's good. Zelensky doing everything he can. I was definitely criticizing him at the beginning of the stream, but there's definitely, he's still working hard. I think the best interest of the country is in his heart. I don't know about this Bakhmut Avdiivka strategy though. Deep insight. You want to see the sun, but Yandev says things way back. Russia's had never that term before. Okay, I'll put that in the Discord, and then we'll get back to that clip. I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Third anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine approaching. This will be President Volodymyr Zelensky's third wartime visit to France. The seed was sown at the NATO summit in Lithuania last July, when Ukraine left disappointed with no promise of a path to membership, but as a consolation got pledges from G7 nations to strike bilateral security deals. A deal has now been done with France. Neither government has yet released details of the pact that Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron will sign in Paris on Friday, but it's coming at a crucial juncture for Kyiv. Russia is making gains at the eastern...
Yeah, what does this mean? We're not going to see French and German troops, in Ukraine, are we? Boy, wouldn't that be something if Germany and France have the balls to send their own troops before the United States does, right? Means nothing. Is that what this is? Yeah, God damn it.
Front line, and Ukraine's forces are running out of ammunition and resources.
More of them.
They can't keep up with the sheer volume of Russian firepower. New modern equipment, including drones, may help to compensate. Macron has spoken of the necessity of the French defence industry to enter a war economy mode and speed up production. Training for Ukrainian troops could also be part of the French deal. Zelensky is also expected to sign a security agreement with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Berlin on Friday. He already signed one with the UK in January and is still in talks with other leaders. And he's still watching the progress of a $60 billion aid package from Washington, which Republican leaders are stalling. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has warned that delays in new aid from Ukraine's biggest single funder are already harming its forces.
Yeah, no shit. Security pact will only be active if Ukraine gets invaded again. Yeah, it's another one of those. Why even do that if it's basically the same rules as NATO? Just for the photo op? Jesus Christ. What are they doing? Are they collecting these fucking binders and folders with these stupid fucking things that they all sign every one of these meetings? Taking pictures with a fucking, oh, look, I signed this thing. What the fuck does it do? I don't know. For some reason, this shit is important. Because it is important. But it does feel rather fake. Going to war eventually with Russia, then. It was nice knowing you. Yeah, off to war. So yeah, now we're gonna get Navalny. So we're gonna watch some of the coverage that we're seeing in mainstream media. But then Davey has a good example of Navalny's extreme nationalism. And there's no doubt that he totally supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine and, probably agrees with some of, Putin's interpretations of history and the some of these territorial ambitions. So it's weird to see this guy's being paraded on MSNBC as quote unquote like a hero of democracy. Like we're seeing a lot of this hero of democracy talk, and Navalny wasn't a hero of democracy. He was a political enemy of Putin, right? And that's a big difference. He didn't die for democracy. He died because he kept flapping his lips in an authoritarian government. What did he think? Putin was going to allow an election? He's going to allow himself to be defeated? Well, what was he going to do? What? Make him a number 2? Make him vice president? Putin doesn't allow for that. He disagrees with the fake elections. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay. He wants to keep all the powers of the dictator, but he wants the dictator to also agree to fair elections. Yeah, how'd that work out for you, dumbass? But he knew he was going to get killed. So I guess he kind of wanted this in a way. He wanted to be this martyr. And he's made several statements. So this was apparently the last statement that he made alive before he was hit with sudden death syndrome. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. Apparently that's what they told his parents. As soon as Navalny was captured, I knew it was the only matter of time. Yeah, everyone knew that, including him. He's actually joking, with the guy, with the judge. I mean, I gotta say, he's got some balls, but you're gonna die in a couple hours. They don't know. None of these goofballs know, what was gonna happen. Putin just does it when he decides to do it, right? Those guys in the courtroom had nothing to. They weren't part of that plan. Looks pretty healthy there. Yeah, she looks like she's eating well. Look, getting old sucks. Okay. Getting old sucks, but it's also being out of shape as well. I need to, I don't have an excuse right now. I'm still in my 30s, for God's sakes. Just barely, though. Almost hitting that 4-0. But so check this out. He was so confident that he was going to get killed. I guess this is before he returned to Russia. He made this message. The judge was 16. Hilarious. Real serious justice system there, right there. What did he learned how to be a judge in between bong hits and fucking Counter-Strike matches? Gonna fuck your mother after this trial is over. So Alex Navalny here recording a message that was to be released in the event of his death. These are his final words. May the world hear them. See what I mean? Like with this, may the world hear them. Everyone, everyone's like pro Navalny now. He did look young. So this is Navalny's final message. Let's see what he has to say here.
Здесь у меня просто очевидная вещь. Не сдавайтесь. Не надо, нельзя сдаваться. Если это произошло, это означает, что мы необыкновенно сильны в этот момент, раз они решили меня убить.
I mean, not really. Putin is perfectly happy to kill major threats and minor threats. Putin, you'll hear about some random dude, some random oligarch or billionaire that, wasn't making any headline news or anything. And, whoop, he slipped on a banana peel. And you're like, oh, he must have said something months ago. Or, Putin must have got a whiff of his insubordination. Who knows how long ago. And his days were, numbered and he didn't even know it. So no, you don't have to be incredibly strong to be targeted by Putin and killed.
нужно использовать эту силу. Не сдаваться.
Yane, I don't think we have to agree to that. Look, I don't really agree with this nationalist, one language, one identity, one national identity is better than the other. So, yeah, I don't really give a shit about that.
Сила, которая находится под гнетом вот этих вот чуваков плохих.
By these bad dudes.
Мы не можем осознать, насколько действительно мы сильны. Все, что нужно для торжества зла, это бездействие добрых людей. Поэтому бездействовать не надо.
Yeah, okay.
Здесь у меня просто...
All right, well, that was his final message. Okay, buddy. Probably should have just stayed as an exile, you know, in a country that, you know, has a military treaty against, you know, that is like not friendly with Russia, you know. Try to get as far away from Russia as possible. That was probably the smart move. Because I think he pictures himself as a martyr, as someone who's going to like trigger a revolution, like his death is going to trigger a revolution. Obviously that's not, you know, like Putin has secured power, total power, completely. There is no legitimate challenge to his power. And that's by design. The only entity that could really challenge his power is the might of the Russian people. And they've, you know, through intimidation or apathy, have decided that, you know, this is just the reality of the situation, you know, too bad, so sad. It's more complicated than that, of course, though. But I do think the only entity strong enough to actually challenge Putin and the Russian government is the Russian people. It's that, or, you know, Putin dies of natural causes eventually. Well, Davey, I mean, it's not behavior that I don't see in other countries. You know, Davey, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? This is funny. And the guy deleted it too. Wow, this is funny. So this guy, this communist on Twitter, this is the post from Davey. But this communist called The Barracks said, delete your post. Here's the video of Navalny at a neo-Nazi rally. And the guy deleted his post, yo. Woo! Yikes. All right, so let's see if this is as bad as the Twitter guy is saying here. Let's have a look. This can't be as bad as what they're saying. Come on. All right, hold on. Volume, sorry. Holy shit. Okay, all right. That's pretty bad. I can say that my supporters who are amazed that there's nothing to be amazed.
Им стоит бояться! Им стоит бояться! Да! Кавказ соси! Кавказ соси! Москва, не Кавказ! Аллах, пидорас!
Wow, these are some pretty gross individuals, man. Pretty gross guys. Wow, dude. Okay, so he's straight up asked. He's straight up asked. Okay, you know, because I was wondering about that. Was like, well, maybe we're just getting the fringe people. You know, maybe it's a larger march, and these are a bunch of the fringe people that are showing up, and Navalny doesn't agree with them. You know, but here he is saying, no, unequivocally, I see nothing wrong in this event. You know, that was his opportunity to say, hey, there's some shit that I just saw somebody with a fucking swastika flag, saw some, you know, guy over here with an SS logo, you know, the fucking Deathhausen fucking skull logo or whatever the hell they called it. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I'm here because of XYZ. That was his opportunity to do that. And he said, no, this is all good. This is great. We're having a great time here. You know, that's like going to Charlottesville and, you know, in the United States, like, that's like going to Charlottesville with a tiki torch and being like, yeah, it's all good, dog. You know, it's fine. Yeah, that's nuts.
Skinheads and masked youths, children and families, even members of the Orthodox Church. They believe they're fighting for the rights of Russians rights that don't
Pure
include
bloods.
those from other religions.
Ah, he's one of those guys. The great replacement idiots. They're everywhere, right? Because ignorance is everywhere. So this idea that there's a alpha, that there's a better, that there's a more pure, right? And it's of course the least, it's the least evolved, right? Was that George Carlin who pointed that out?
Non-Slavic appearance.
Pro-lifers look the least evolved.
Chilling symbols are displayed with pride.
They always got a little shit-eating grin on their face, like they're a little naughty boy. Oh, he's such a little naughty boy, huh? Oh, wow. These are the most media, and look at his body. I mean, it's worse than mine. They're some of the most mediocre human beings you've ever met in your life. I assure you. These white supremacists, these alpha males.
In previous years.
I'm a cute little boy. Alex Navalny and the Russia marches. The Russia marches began around 2005. The municipality of Moscow denies authorization for the 2006 march due to the well-known. Well, Russia didn't deny that for the xenophobia. I don't give a shit about that. And the presence of neo-Nazis. Navalny exposes himself publicly, asking for the demonstration to take place. The following years, he will be a figure among the organizers. So is that his support base? Is that why he became viral in Russia? Is because he got the attention of all these fringe, anti-Semitic, right-wing, fucking, pro-racist groups? Wow. Surely there were other groups, though, because, why does he have the attention of Democracy Now! And other things? So maybe he has the attention of communists as well. He was able to get the communists roped in here. Co-organizers.
Racist slogans were heard among the crowd as some 7,000 radical nationalists joined an annual demonstration known as the Russian March. They're united in anger at corruption, crime, immigration.
Alexei Navalny, он сегодня с нами на русском марше. Всем привет, с праздником! Слава России! Им стоит бояться! Да!
Vladimir Yermolayev, leader of DPNI, Movement Against Illegal Immigration. See what I mean? It's the same ignorance everywhere across the world. Russian neo-Nazi organization banned for extremism in 2011. Once again, I do not respect the opinions of the Russian government and who they ban. I don't really find that to be salacious. I mean, they would ban, Granny's oatmeal cookie organization, right? If they had the audacity to say anything critical of Putin, you know what I mean? But neo-Nazi is what I'm looking at, and it's like, yeah, dog. The neo-Nazi part is the part that is, I don't really believe. I guess I do in some cases believe in guilt by association, because I think there's some associations you can't avoid, and there's that famous saying about, if there's 10 Nazis sitting at a table and you sit down, you discover that they're Nazis and you don't leave. Well, now there's 11 Nazis sitting at the table. There are certain ideologies that are so reprehensible, so disgusting, that if you don't make the specific effort to say, I disagree with this ideology, and then you associate people close to that ideology, I do think it's fair to judge you by association. You're not Jesus Christ, You're not that one black guy in the South who hangs out with racists because he's converting them over, right? And he's his whole life's work is to, convert racists. That's not what you're doing, obviously. You're playing some fucking game. Okay, there's when people start associating themselves with neo-Nazis and anti-Semites and and race, race replace type people, I do think it's fair to say, okay, well, how much are you associating with them, and are you proud of that association? And that does matter, right? But I will say that guilt by association on the left, especially on social media, but on the left in general, guilt by association is far too often a crutch used to shut down argument used to shut down discussion about issues. They'll just say, oh, yeah, well, you liked a tweet in 2005, on Jordan Peterson's Twitter. Oh, you suck. That kind of gatekeeping is, guilt by association is, I think, counterproductive, right? But I do think that there are extreme cases, and I would say, yeah, homie, you got a neo-Nazi as your backup, as your fucking hype man. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say you're in support of that ideology, homie. That's not always the case, though. Another Russian neo-Nazi organization. Another neo-Nazi organization. SS. Literally, the organization calls itself SS. Salamsky Sozyov. And look at the cute little. This is such a fucking lazy. Look what they did, right? Look what they fucking did. So fucking lazy. Oh, we'll just draw a couple extra lines on this old swastika. There we go. Swastika 2.0. Right? Like, if you see something like that and you don't go, oh, you guys are trash, I'm out, and immediately call this out, you're also trash. Welcome to the trash pile. You're doing a goddamn speech next to this guy. That playing Wagner? Of course, playing Wagner.
89% высказали за то, что не поддерживают кампанию. Здесь и сейчас.
Здравствуйте. Сегодня мы поговорим о борьбе с насекомыми. Никто из
Wow, so with this xenophobic movement, Narod, people, in 2008, Navalny allies himself with neo-Nazi organizations, Greater Russia, Movement Against Illegal Immigration. There are racist allusions to Narod's videos, such as when he compared the dark-skinned jihadist militants of the Caucasus to cockroaches, and it looks like that's what we're looking at right now. In the same year, and still against the people of the Caucasus, he went so far as to demand the expulsion of all Georgians from the Russian Federation following the outbreak of the Second War of South Odessa. Wow. Okay, I need to show you what the left is saying in America about this guy. We're gonna do that in a second. This is. It's from Men in Black. Oh, that's from The Fly. Great movie. So here we are dehumanizing, right? Considering them bugs or animals, classic shit. Homo sapiens. Okay, and then now he's getting suicide bombed by a jihadist, which was the villain du jour back in the early 2000s, of course. And he shot him? Is that his Mr. Badass? Shoots him? Wow, dude, wow. This guy's supposed to be a democratic hero? Holy shit, dude. You thought this was tasteful? This is somehow supposed to be a positive look for your movement? There's a raid against immigrants. Wow. Navalny sides with the anti-immigration movement and defends the attackers, speaking of them as people have clashed with hordes of legal and illegal immigrants. We're talking about Russia here, folks. All right? How many time zones? 11 time zones for Russia? What I'm trying to say is that Russia has a little extra space. They got a little room in the closet for migrants. And you would think like, no, do the exact opposite. Treat them with respect, get them set up, turn them into like Russian super patriots, Like, I owe my entire life to Russia. Russia pulled me from the gutter and gave me this opportunity, but they don't do that. No, they let the xenophobia take over. Like that, the xenophobia is more valuable politically than people that real nationalists, people that really love your country, I guess. You know, I do not understand this attitude towards illegal immigration because, you know, from a political standpoint, to me, it's a perfect opportunity to, you know, to help people, help everybody, help the economy, get more people, get more workers, get more employees, get more builders, you know, more of everything. And it's this golden opportunity that I love this new sound effect, that we're flushing down the drain, and we're flushing it down the drain. Why? Because, they look slightly different, and that scares me, you know, is really what it boils down to, you know, like people being uncomfortable around somebody that, you know, someone from a different country for a couple minutes. You know, it's like pathetic. Oh, fentanyl. They're bringing across the drugs and the rapists and all that. Lies and bullshit. The numbers met it out. Now, with that said, you know, is there, you know, drugs and other things coming across the border? Are there problems? Yes, of course. But the idea that they're catastrophic and that they're somehow going to affect, you know, it's going to change everything, you know, and the great replacement, our precious culture. Our culture becomes stronger the more it, you know, combines and unifies and homogenizes. You know, lessons learned from one culture absorbed and learned by the other, right? Everyone backing each other up. This great goddamn experiment called humanity.
This is amateur video footage of the riots. The young men are shouting
That's right.
nationalist slogans.
Balkan Brogan. That's great. That's what we're covering right now.
The predominantly Muslim republics of the North Caucasus and the former Soviet republics of Central Asia.
Yeah, so here's an example of the left coverage here. These photos and videos of pro-democracy protests in Russia. Pro-democracy. I mean, fucking, you know, what is wrong with people? You know what I mean? It's like, look, you know, thank goodness for Davey over here, you know, who's a great source. But it's like, there's no good goddamn reason why I should be able to be presenting a more accurate depiction of reality than some of these major news organizations. That is incredibly pathetic. It is incredibly pathetic. Here, another one from Insider. Biden administration calls on Russia to free jailed opposition leader Navalny as well as pro-democracy protesters. And we were talking about the people we just saw Sieg Heiling and, you know, marching down the street with fucking Hitler tattoos.
Да. Многодетного отца инвалида избил.
Another one from Reuters. EU to hold off on new Russia sanctions if Navalny released. European Union will hold off on imposing fresh sanctions on Russian individuals if Kremlin releases pro-democracy campaigner. Pro-democracy. Wow, that is shocking malfeasance, shocking journalistic malfeasance. And let's, just as promised here, I wanted to show you. Let's go to YouTube and let's type this guy's name in here and you'll see what I mean. Well, here we go. I mean, I wish I had time to get into a Vlad Vexler video. Here's a 40-minute Vlad Vexler. I'm sure he's going to give us the straight dope. He's not going to be misclassifying Navalny here, but I just want to show, just give you an example of what some of this coverage looks like. So we have all the world leaders mourning his death, maybe. World leaders express outrage. Liz Cheney slams Putin wing Republicans after Navalny's death. Tunage here. Demonstrators across Russia. Do you think the coverage of this is pointing out that these demonstrators are likely right-wingers? Like extreme xenophobic right-wingers? Anti-Semites? The Navalny clip up near the top. Oh, interesting. You know, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong here. I'm not seeing as much pro-democracy here. Okay. it's interesting, the angle, because here we have Local 9 News here, NBC. Tributes, they're reporting on Russia removing Navalny statues and tributes and stuff that are across Russia. Okay, we have Canada, the National, covering 8 minutes. This looks like, are they really framing this guy as a hero? Okay, we got to watch this. Yeah, hold on. We got to watch. I'm sorry, but we got to watch this. This looks like, oh no, it looks like they got some. Oh no, I think I see where this is going here. Let's say it isn't so. Okay, maybe this guy is going to give us the truth. He's going to point out, oh, hey, by the way, Navalny, we got to be careful about this guy, white nationalist, hated immigrants, was part of, adjacent to neo-Nazi organizations.
Director Daniel Rohrer was with Navalny in the months before his return to Russia, as recorded in the Oscar-winning documentary Navalny. And Daniel Rohrer joins us now from Los Angeles. What was your reaction waking up to the news today?
Well, Ian, first and foremost, thank you for having me on the program. A lot of people were surprised to hear just how shocked I was. For anyone who's followed Navalny, who's seen the film, this situation, this tragedy must seem like it's not a surprise. But
tragedy, huh? Director of Navalny, Daniel Rohrer. Hold on. So he did a. Okay, I'm assuming this is the documentary.
Okay, so Alexei, I want to talk about something that we sort of touched on this morning. And you might hate this, but I really want you to think about it. If you are killed, if this does happen, what message do you leave behind to the Russian people?
Okay, so we just saw this. We just saw his message, and we of course just saw him doing proud speeches with anti-Semite leaders of anti-Semite neo-Nazis groups, like behind him as his hype men. Why did the West murder? Oh, I don't know. That's a good one.
On the most dangerous job in the world, challenging the leader of the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin.
If I want to be a leader of this country, if I want to fight Putin, I have to organize people.
Война в Украине и война в Сирии. Я прекращу войну.
Oh, I will end war. I will end war. So he's contradicting this documentary, this trailer. And Navalny is contradicting what Davey has to say. Davey, could you give me a source for your information about Navalny supporting the Ukrainian invasion? That's interesting. That is diametrically opposed to, to what if that is true, then this is a complete fabrication right here, right? This is like him. And maybe he did a 180. He did like a transformation. Before he was killed, maybe.
The Kremlin hates Navalny so much, they refuse to say his name.
I was banned from everything and blacklisted. But as I became more and more famous, I was totally sure that it will be problematic for them to kill me.
And boy, were you wrong.
Yes, I was very wrong.
It's an interesting... for the filmmaker to get this perspective.
Alexei Navalny arrives at this hospital in Berlin.
To have your dad, an opposition leader, being poisoned, it was literally like a book.
Opposition leader, huh?
Poisoned? Seriously? We were so shocked. It's like
it's a blow. It's a blow to Putin's Russia, guys.
So shocked.
Listen to that. A brilliantly crafted blow to Putin's Russia. Oh my God.
We were so shocked.
Not like this,
like
guys.
Putin's leaving a signature on the crime scene. It's kind
Great,
of
you ruined the
stupid.
wall, lady. Put a bunch of fucking holes in it.
We found a domestic assassination machine on an industrial scale.
Navalny will personally call his poisoners.
Okay, wow, guys. Did you know Putin assassinates people? Did you know that? Shocker, I know. Fucking news at 11. You know that? They have the evidence. Putin assassinates people, dude. Did you know that? Profoundly important story.
Это Навальный, Алексей, вас беспокоит. Хотел узнать, зачем вы хотели меня убить.
Oh my god, you ruined their day.
Navalny is stepping into a showdown with the Kremlin.
Showdown with the Kremlin,
I want to go
guys.
back and try to change Russia.
It's something worth fighting for.
Are you not scared, Alexei?
For good people. So when did he make this transformation into an so there was a while there that he was an extreme anti-immigrant right-winger doing speeches with neo-Nazis, and then there was what? And then he transformed into this guy? When did that happen? When did he transform into this guy? Okay, so I don't really need to watch this. This is pathetic. You get my point. You get my point. This nationalist who sprung to popularity, unifying and working with some of the most extreme right nationalist organizations in his country, is now being painted by useful idiots like Daniel Roher here as a pro-democracy, hero fighter against, the oppressive Russian system. Which I guess both can be true. That he did put up some kind of heroic fight, challenging Putin directly, pointing out without question that there is no real democracy in Russia. But yeah, we all knew that, dude. We didn't. Thanks for the help. But the West and I guess lefty useful idiots that I guess are willing to ignore that video. I mean, that video is damning. That 4 minutes is incredibly damning. He just did a 180 all of a sudden. Now he's a lefty, progressive, pro-democracy guy. Wow, it's embarrassing, dude. Daniel Roher, that's fucking embarrassing. But honestly, I need to watch the whole thing because there's no way he avoids his history. There's no way this idiot avoided Navalny's past association with neo-Nazis. He has to talk about it. So now I'm going to kind of have to watch this bullshit just to see if he even brings it up. Because what they need to do is recontextualize it or say he made a mistake. But I assume they're going to recontextualize it as maybe clever politicking. Wow, what a dumbass. Fucking idiot. Deserves credit. Expose some Russian. We know Russia's corrupt. I don't need a neo-Nazi friendly nationalist to point that out to me. Not news to me. Yeah, Putin's a dictator, dude. The entire Russian government is wrapped around his finger. He had neo-Nazis as his hype man. Okay? Imagine in the United States, a politician with he's on stage with Nick Fuentes in the back, running up to the microphone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Still live well, huh? Yeah, enjoying that knock off, rip off McDonald's over there in Russia. Ukrainian carriers are organizing a protest at the Yahodin checkpoint against the background of the Polish blockade. So this is interesting. Ukrainian carriers are organizing a protest action on February 15th at the Yahodin checkpoint. So this is 2 days ago, I think 3 days ago, sorry. Yeah, sorry. On the border with Poland against the background of protests by Polish farmers. About this, Hromadski was informed by the DPSU and the public organization Carriers for the Western Region. First, the participants of the action will gather in Lutitsk, and then they will go to Yagodin. We want to be in solidarity with the guys who are on the other side to show that we know about them, have not forgotten, and support their fighting spirit. Then the head of the NGO, Vitaly Konsenko, he noted that the participants of the action do not plan to block Polish carriers who work honestly on the transportation market. Instead, they want to prevent and record the facts of bypassing the blockade on the Polish side. Konsenko noted that this is unfair. This is a translation, by the way. Quote, they bypass this entire blockade, drive directly to the customs terminal, get registered and bring goods to Ukraine. The police completely help them, the Poles, take them and lead them past all the queues. They drive right to the barrier. There are still detours where most of the queues lead directly under the border, under the barrier, and enter the territory of Ukraine. The day before yesterday, my clients called me to inform me that the Polish carrier said, we will bring you cargo to Ukraine. There is no blockade for Polish carrier. Are they doing this because it's military? You know? If this was like ammo and stuff, you know, if this is like Polish military aid coming to Ukraine that's getting expedited, that's probably a good thing. Polish carriers, later farmers began to block the movement of Ukrainian trucks from the fall of 2023. The reason for the carrier strike is called excessive competition after the adoption of the transport visa free between Ukraine and EU countries. Currently, the crossing points are blockaded by Polish farmers. Traffic has already been blocked because the Polish farmers, the price of grain is plummeted because it's so easy to get Ukrainian grain. So their entire livelihood is being challenged here. That's why they're doing this. Well, there's a bunch of words I can't pronounce. It was temporarily blocked. Polish farmers said on February 20th that they will block all checkpoints at the border between Poland and Ukraine. Farmers are protesting because they want to get a softening of the European green rate, as well as to receive more subsidies, grants, and compensations. So they're like, look, you know, they don't, like I said before, they don't even hate Ukrainians. They just want their government or the European Union to make the pressure on their industry easier, right? Subsidies, grants, compensations. Because look, if you're a farmer and your crop that you just spent the whole season growing plummets in value, you lose your farm because you don't have enough money to operate the next year, and you have to take out loans and yada yada. Sucks. So that's why they're so adamant about it. It's a direct assault on their livelihood. Also, the Minister of Agriculture of Poland, Czesław Soriński, said that in some areas it'll be necessary to completely block imports from Ukraine, as in the case of grain. In his opinion, farmers' protests on the borders with Ukraine are acceptable. Information on the 24-hour stream is right here. 24-hour stream coming up next Friday, starting at 12 o'clock. News Underground 24-hour stream starting at 12 o'clock Friday, PST. Be there at B Square, motherfuckers. Be there at B Square. I don't know. You do the math. Time zone math. All right, so that's interesting. That is interesting stuff right there about the grain situation with Poland. It really does need to be figured out because this is the last thing Ukraine needs right now to have to deal with. So I hope for Polish politicians, the EU, and Ukraine to work something out very soon to fix this problem, because the Polish farmers are not exactly in the wrong here. Chem Goblin, it's be there or be square. So you won't be square because you'll be there. Another little follow-up. Once again, thank you, Chem Goblin, for these links. You can always tell it's a Chem Goblin link. It's from Mastodon. Apparently, it's not only trucks that are blockaded at the border between Poland and Ukraine these days. Volunteer drivers for aid and relief, NGOs, report queues for more than 50 hours and Polish border guards just laughing in their faces. It's fucking harassment. What the fuck, Poland? Obviously, this is being caused by the grain situation. It's, clogging everything up. Czech Republic found almost 1 million shells for Ukraine. Some good news there. Hey, there you go. Thank you, Czech Republic. Found a bunch of shells from the Czech Republic. Geez, what are those? Fucking 60 years old? From the Cold War? World War II? Ukraine to take them. So this is an article I wanted to show last week, and I forgot to, but here's all the changes made. Here, these individuals are the new faces of the Ukrainian military. All 5 used innovative tactics to win critical battles and led to some of AFU's most respected units to victory. Zelensky's idea is to promote charismatic field commanders to top army jobs. I don't have time to read this article, but it's right here. You want to read it? Can't believe it's already been 3 hours. I really got to get this going here. I got other shit I want to do today. But Ukraine is important, so I'll take the time. After this change, the poll numbers are in. Once again, thank you, Chem Goblin, for these numbers. The poll numbers are in. 40% of Ukrainians trust Zyritsky. At the same time, 35% of those surveyed had not heard of him in February. So, new face. People are less trustful. Some are saying he is a Zelensky yes man. And that might lead to further mistakes on the battlefield because Zelensky is himself not exactly, he's a comedian. He's an actor. There's no reason to think that he's some kind of military genius. Of course it was bad, Monkey. Do you think apartheid and the domination of the Palestinian territory is bad as well? Or did history start on October 7th, Mr. Monkey? Anyway, I don't have time to get into the meat of this article, but if you want to read it, it's right here. Into the poll numbers. Changes. People are like, I don't know what's going on. Things are changing. They feel trepidatious. So we'll see. Look at Homeboy putting the knife right in the middle, right there. On the left. Right in the center. Good spot for a knife. The dismissal, once again, from Chem Goblin. Thank you again for these links. Oh, it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than 40 years of oppression on the Palestinians. Yeah. October 7th allows you to destroy Palestine. Is that what you're trying to say, Monkey? Well, they're like brothers and sisters, but it's okay to take their land. It's okay to completely delete them. Monkey, how many months, is it going to take 6 months or maybe a couple years? When will you accept that Israel is never giving back the portions that they've taken in the Gaza Strip? With that said, I did hear Bibi say something about allowing people back into northern Gaza. I haven't seen any movement on that. I know. It's all justified, honey. You don't need to do the song and dance. I get it. I disagree with you. But we get it. It's all justified. Yep. Israel is never giving back the territory, the Gaza Strip, to the Palestinians. Are you going to accept that? When are you going to start making excuses for that, basically? 6 months? 12 months? Well, it was okay. I mean, it was going to happen eventually. It was going to happen eventually. Well, what can you do? That's ancient history. Israel's never giving back that territory to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Never. Of course they should be freed. Why do you think total annihilation is somehow a bargaining chip to get those hostages back? If you're a terrorist organization and you have hostages, and the other side is saying, if you give us all the hostages, we'll give you a break for 6 weeks, and then we will get right back to our campaign of completely annihilating you. Why would you give up those hostages? It doesn't seem like very smart hostage negotiating, you know. In fact, I think the bulk of hostages that have been released so far was because of the ceasefire negotiating that happened. So, and it's bitter pills to swallow. It's bitter pills to swallow. I know, well, you're contradicting yourself. You see, you're not going to get one or the other. If you want to completely eliminate Hamas, whatever that means, the hostages are dead. You don't get both. It's not a video game. You don't get to blow up the tunnels and the buildings and their infrastructure, but then you get to pull the hostages out of the rubble alive. So you either accept the existence of Hamas, the disgusting terrorist organization, and the fact that you need to work with them if you want them alive, or you're okay with Hamas being with the hostages being destroyed in your futile effort to destroy Hamas, which doesn't mean anything. Hamas will exist. Hamas will exist even after Israel has completely conquered all of Palestine. Yeah, 2 hostages. You know, there's 120 hostages that have been released so far. A grand majority of those hostages were released because of the ceasefire. But you want to use the strategy that kills a lot of people and doesn't result in as many hostages released. But you get to kill a lot of people, and you're also pushing the Palestinians southward out of their territory. 3 hostages were shot by Israel. Tragically, that was incredibly tragic. They were literally begging for the IDF to stop. It's all excuses, right? Borderline feline, it's all excuses. It's all justified. Oh, well, it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than the decades and decades of destroying Palestinian territory. Hey, Monkey, answer this question for me, buddy. Help me out. Answer this question. Why is Israel the only country on planet Earth that hasn't officially defined its borders? Why would Israel not officially declare what its borders are? Why would it do that? I'll wait for your answer, which I'm almost certain you're not going to give. You're just going to ignore it and put some other propaganda in the chat, aren't you? The dismissal of Zelensky affected the trust in Zelensky, so we're seeing trust in Zelensky go down. This is not good news. People are right. They're seeing losses on the battlefield, and they're seeing indecision in the decision making process here, changing some stuff out. So it's definitely Zelensky and his new leadership team have an upward hill to climb. So, Monkey, I asked you a direct question. Why hasn't Israel declared its official borders? Ukraine withdraws from positions south of embattled Avdiivka as Kremlin infantry advances. The people aren't the ones leading the country. No, exactly, Davey. I mean, I'm not saying, Zelensky is, I'm not saying the public opinion of Zelensky reflects, the reality, but that's not how politics works, right? Especially not how democracy works. There's public perception, and then there's the reality. So we're gonna get our map update at the end of the stream. So we're gonna get this here. But if you want to read this from the Kyiv Post, it's right here. This is actually kind of a couple days old. So yeah, it's 2 days old. Avdiivka has fallen. Ministry of Justice insists on the mobilization of convicts in the same level as other citizens because these are tens of thousands of people. So Ukraine getting desperate now, looking into, having no choice but to look into the pool of able-bodied men that are behind bars to use them. Of course, lots of Russia getting lots of flack for its convict recruitment program. But correct me if I'm wrong, the United States also in some cases will allow people that aren't rapists and murderers, right? But maybe like extortionists or tax cheats, criminals like that, who are able-bodied men, give them an opportunity to serve to reduce their prison time. I'm just, woke patriot, it is what it is. I'm not really trying to defend it. I'm just trying to say that it's not an exclusive practice to Russia. The criticism for Russia is well-deserved, as is the criticism for every other nation that decides to use convicts. With that said, Ukraine is quite desperate, in a more desperate situation. So the article says these are people that have already served their sentence, not those who are still in prison. Well, thank you, Chem Goblin, for that correction. Ministry of Justice of Ukraine will propose more radical steps regarding the mobilization of convicts. In addition, the department is working on the issue of prisoner mobilization. This was stated by the head of the department, Denis Malevskia, on the air in the national telethon, Ednya Novani. Did you watch any of this, Chem Goblin, this telethon? According to the politician, if someone has committed a crime, served a sentence, not necessarily a prison term, it is already free, then this is not an excuse to not defend motherland. Okay, interesting. No, I don't watch TV. So no, he wants ex-cons. He wants ex-cons to join the military. Borderline feline, to be specific. The headline is kind of burying the lead here. According to the politician, if someone has committed a crime, served a sentence, not necessarily a prison term, and is already free, then this is not an excuse not to defend the motherland. Okay. I'm fine with this. It's fine. Like I said, I earlier at the stream called for, the solution here is for Ukraine to enter a total war stance. And that does include a larger draft and mobilization. So something like this would be included. Yeah, I wouldn't be cool with like rapists and murderers, but I don't know, man. If you're a murderer, perfect spot for you to be is on the front line. But the question is, are you going to use that weapon to kill your fellow guys, right? Yeah, a rapist though, that's too much. Pedophile, obviously no, right? But like, I don't know, like kind of want murderers. It's a hard pill to swallow, I guess, but you kind of want murderers. So, disgusting right-wing defense of Putin and the invasion here. Once again, this blue check dickhead named Matt Wallace. Anyone who believes Ukraine can beat Russia is clinically insane. Yeah, I'd give Elon Musk $5 a week or month. Woke Patriot, there's a fine line between a war crime and a perfectly okay murder. I don't know, man. If I'm on the front line, and the enemy is coming over the trench, I'm not too worried about the guy who got into a bar fight and ended up killing a guy because he punched him in the face. You know what I'm saying? I kind of want that guy to have that. But I do agree, like, you don't want psychopaths that, have no capacity to be professional in any way whatsoever. Yeah, that's not going to, yeah, I agree with that. You don't want psychos. But not everybody that kills somebody is a psycho, exactly. But we're kind of splitting hairs, aren't we? But this is funny. The right winger getting called out on shitter over here. Only sane murderers, not psychos. I'm saying, man, you can get into a bar fight. You know what I'm saying? You can get into a bar fight, get into a fist fight, and kill somebody. That doesn't mean you're a raging lunatic, right? Because you got drunk and got into a fight, and then the guy hit his head on the corner of the sidewalk. Yeah, woke patriot. Yeah, exactly. We're splitting hairs. I agree. We're splitting hairs, but Ukraine is desperate. Yeah, there is such a thing as unintentional manslaughter, car accidents, things like that. I'm just saying, if I was on the front line, I wouldn't be, you know, your job is to kill people. You know, am I really gonna give a shit? You know, it's like, oh yeah, I got into a drunk driving accident and the passenger of the car died. You know, so I got convicted of involuntary manslaughter. Like, yeah, okay, well, keep shooting at the Russians, please. But anyway, this blue check jackass over here getting called out. The picture he's saying, like, look how powerful the Russian military is. Of the 5 large vessels shown in this video, 4 have been sunk. The Moskova, along with 3 Russia-class landing ships, and the Moskova is, of course, supposed to be the pride of the Russian Navy. You're willing to accept some war crimes. Well, I'm not describing war crimes. Shooting at Russians and killing Russians is not a war crime if they're a soldier. You are the one that is assuming that this person, who was an involuntary manslaughter, convicted of involuntary manslaughter, is you are the one that's assuming that person is going to commit war crimes, guaranteed. And you have no evidence, you have no proof of that. And you're all like, oh, you're okay with total raving psychopaths on the front line. No, I'm not. I didn't say that. Okay, woke Patreon. All right, buddy. Once again, right-wing traitors to the Union. In a new interview, Tuberville says that U.S. forced Putin to invade Ukraine and that Ukraine can't win because Putin is on top of his game.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Well, this is the new right wing. This is it. This is the new right wing right here. This is who they are. This is who the fuck they are, man. Defeatists. You know? And like, you don't even need to be a nationalist, like a U.S. exceptionalist type of person, to be disgusted with the groveling. You know? Top of his game. The Russian military has proved to be incapable of successfully invading one of its smaller neighbors. Top of his game? Yeah, Flat Earth, exactly. Absolute embarrassment. And they're 50-50 for the president, folks. About 50-50 chance that these guys are going to be running the whole show a couple months. And with that reality, we need to be blaming the neoliberals, who are the only other game in town here. Okay? Who are you going to blame? Dennis Kucinich? Ron Paul? Berman Supreme? Fucking Yang? Andrew Yang? Marianne Williamson? They have about negative 300 power. Cornel West? Boy, that fucking... Whoop. Yeah. They got about negative 3,000 power. The only entity that is capable of stopping these right-wing idiots are the neoliberal Democrats, who are currently wringing their hands over how bipartisan that, you know, they're going to continue to be. Good for you, woke Patreon. Here is a fellow right-winger who will probably vote Trump, who is happy to support the Republicans in almost every endeavor, but simply finds the defeatism around Ukraine just too disgusting, too distasteful even for him. If you are a Republican politician that's been a Republican politician for decades, you are one of the most corrupted human beings on planet Earth. You are literally fecal matter. Okay, you are slimy and disgusting. When this slimy turd monster steps up from the fucking sewer and says, "My fellow turds disgust me," it really is newsworthy. Okay? It really is newsworthy.
A lot of people, when they hear senators speak, they believe that it's the truth. They've heard somebody say that if we pass this bill, that we're all going to go ride to Kyiv with buckets full of money and let oligarchs buy yachts. I wonder how the spouses of the estimated 25,000 soldiers in Ukraine who have died feel about that. I mean,
sorry, if you're unsure what he meant by that, because he's saying, because his right wing party is constantly disingenuously describing aid to Ukraine as buckets of money being handed over to Ukrainian oligarchs so that they can buy yachts. Total fabrication, no proof, nothing, total lie. And that's what they're using as the excuse to starve this country and let Russia win, let China win.
Buy yachts. I wonder how the spouses of the estimated 25,000 soldiers in Ukraine who have died feel about that. I mean, really, guys, sending billions of dollars to Ukraine so Ukrainian oligarchs can buy yachts, is that the best you've got? A lot of people say we're sending $70, $80 billion to Ukraine. Really? Well, last time I checked, about half of it's going to the military-industrial base here to replace the inventories that we've sent to them, to replace and to aid out.
The money is literally going to U.S. and military-industrial complex adjacent businesses to replace ammo that we're sending over to Ukraine, to refresh our armaments. It's the win-win it's always been. You know what I mean? It's the war on a discount that also lets you, refurbish your kitchen and and you get a tax break for it, right? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And literally the only reason, outside of who knows how many of these guys are legitimately compromised by Russia, but the most predominant and strongest reason outside of that, conspiracy theory is that Ukraine is a slam dunk for Joe Biden. That everyone agrees that democracy is a good thing, and we don't want to see Ukraine wiped off the face of the map by a tyrant.
Our modernization of our arsenal. No, thank goodness this is not against the NATO ally, because we would be desperate trying to actually support an all-out war. Putin is losing this war, folks. This is not a stalemate. This guy is on life support. He will not survive if the 50 nations who have come together in the Ramstein process to support Ukraine stick together. NATO allies and 25
I think I agree with that.
2 other countries have come together and made it very clear that Putin's desire to reestablish the Russian Empire is inconsistent with a democratic world order. And we are the beacon of hope for democracy. When we step away,
not really.
Who fills the void? You'd be hard-pressed to find any nation that has the scale and the ability to do it but the United States, with all due respect to my friends.
That is true. That the United States is the only military-industrial complex that could really give Ukraine the advantage that it needs to push back.
I'm so focused on this vote because I don't want to be on the pages of history that we will regret if we walk away. You will see the alliance that is supporting Ukraine crumble.
Yeah.
You will ultimately see China become emboldened.
That's right.
And I am not going to be on that page of history. But let's let this chamber be the chamber that stands with the free world.
Oh, yeah. No, you really got their attention there, buddy. You really got their attention there, Tom. Rousing speech that's going to get your colleagues to change their opinion. Nice one. This was literally a performance for his campaign ad. That's it. Moving on to the next story here.
Why aren't the Russians using better soldiers?
Okay, I'm sorry we got multiple videos from this guy, but strategy member put him in there, and these are some pretty decent videos. And this is interesting because we learn a little bit about this guy. Apparently used to be a mercenary that worked with the Russians So that's an interesting insight into this guy who is like, he's a military expert kind of guy on YouTube, right? Yeah, all right guy. Seems to be all right. Definitely has his biases, but what can you do? So he's got an interesting video here. Why aren't the Russians using better equipment? Like what's the deal? Are they using old equipment? Is this a ruse? What are they, what are they literally just, just this incompetent, or is this them, is this being, them being, cynical and like, we're not going to use our best stuff on these, these rats, these meat waves that we're sending, send them some World War II, Cold War era stuff, throw them on the front lines. We know they're not coming back. So we're going to save the good stuff for the, for the elite companies. Is that what's going on? So let's see here.
Why aren't the Russians using better soldiers or equipment in Ukraine? Back in the 90s, I was part of an army unit that acted as an adversary against NATO. We used fake Russian equipment, but real Russian tactics. Russian offensive theory uses speed and maneuver to find a gap in enemy lines and exploit a breakthrough. And anyone who's been to Fort Irwin or Hohnsfeld knows what it's like to be on the receiving end of a cross-Novian attack. The Russians aren't intentionally
yeah, Davey, that's a great point as well.
throwing conscripts and old equipment into the meat grinder because
You go to war with the army you have, and not the army you might want or wish to have.
using old equipment and conscripts as cannon fodder might waste some of your enemy's ammunition, but you're also giving them a lot of experience that your elite troops are going to have to deal with later. I don't think there's a Maskarovka here. I think they're just doing a bad job. Russian shortfalls in training, funding, and the incredible performance of smart anti-tank weapons and Turkish drones are making it really hard for Russia to make any gains. And the fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people makes things even harder.
Indeed. But I mean, the gains that have been made are not that mind-blowing. Like I said, this isn't the case of Russia sweeping across Ukraine, taking massive swaths back. Just as much of it is a slog for Ukraine pushing forward, they've made it just as difficult for Russia to push forward as well, with all of their might, with the entire might of the Russian military and the Russian nation behind it. Ukraine is able to not only hold that line, but in some cases step forward a couple steps. Gains, very minute gains. It's been, some towns have been taken by one side and then taken by the other, and transferred ownership several times over the course of this war. It is a stalemate. They are locked in, pretty even, and that says a lot about Ukraine or Russia's military, doesn't it? With that said, have we really seen the full war footing of Russia? We haven't even seen, Ukraine hasn't entered total war stance, and Russia has only entered a shadow total war stance. They haven't really done the full conversion. But it's interesting that they have to, that they've had to reconfigure everything. But they've been able to do it successfully. Now they're seeing their economy starting to grow because they're basically giving away oil. So am I able to go full screen with this? Okay, good. So the amazing, let me turn this down, the amazing Ukrainian Navy, which is basically a bunch of nerds with some RC robots, have taken down yet another target. All the fancy guns, the seasickness warning, and my God, let me turn down this fucking crap. This isn't Jaws. So seasickness warning. This is, it's choppy seas, and he's driving defensively. As you'll see in some cases, he's getting shot at. They're desperately trying to stop this thing. But all the fancy guns, all the big guns, the radar, the technology, all the humans that are there can't stop a toy. It's just a recreational thing that Jeff Bezos would use to fuck around in the Caribbean for a couple hours, right, before he gets back to caviar and Netflix on a 90-inch big screen. You know what I mean? A toy. You know, I understand it's being deployed by a military, but this is not, it's not like it's some, you know, fancy military. This is all, it's all civilian tech. There's nothing going on here that your average, look at that shit, dude. Get fucked. That's the perspective from the one behind it there. As you can see, whole motherfucker on its side. On its side. You know. Now this, it is like a full-size boat. Like it's like a big ass, you know, it's like a big boat. You could fit 2 or 3 human beings in it, filled to the brim with dynamite and explosives or whatever they're using. Yeah, no. They're definitely military, you know. I'm just saying it's not like this is like, you know, special technology, new technology. But, you know, it's definitely more expensive than your average civilian toy. But I'm just saying there's not much difference. There really isn't much difference. And look at the damage. Look at the damage. Completely destroyed it. Look at that right there. Let me try to freeze it right there. Completely destroyed. That's the boat on its side. On its side. No, it's not. They're not using special metals. No, it's the boat knows it's coming. The boat doesn't have a good countermeasure for it. You know, the boat just doesn't have any defenses for this. It's completely defenseless. Right there, right on its side, dude. It's not magic material. Yeah, I know. It's like, why even have it? Like, the only reason why you would have a boat now is to launch other drones. You know, it's just drone ships. But there will be a magic solution to this. Is all radio technology, if I'm not mistaken, right? The drone is, you know, sending this video to the pilot via radio signals. So it's really only a matter of time before everybody is equipped with big EMP kind of weaponry. You know, that's what you're going to need. Some kind of, you know, electronic disruption technology. They used to use Starlinks. Well, Russia is still using Starlinks, and where's Elon Musk on that? So maybe they're not using radio. All right, so we're getting into some juicier clips here, guys. You know I wouldn't let you down. Fighters of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade showed us the movement and rotation of Ukrainian forces in Avdiivka looks like during intense combat. Friends, please write words of support to the Ukrainian defenders. It's important to them. Thank you to everyone who supports us and does not forget us. Yeah, I wish I could be doing more, man. My wife would kill me. If I went out to Ukraine, my wife would fucking kill me, dude. She'd go to Russia and launch a missile against me. So they got Russian drones buzzing overhead. Yeah, no, she'd go to Russia, right? Join the enemy side just to fucking kill me, dude. Drone submarines, do they have those? All right, so what we're looking at is a rotation here. What's interesting to me is that there's like they leave a bunch of stuff behind because it's like, well, it's more important to get into position and get a good idea of, you know, what's happening, and I'll come back for my stuff later. You know, some of them are taking backpacks and whatnot, but they're like, no, get out there. Hold it down. We can't, you know. Yeah. So then these guys load up, you know, the guys that have been, who knows how many months they've been out there. Right, they're getting rotated out. Maybe they're just getting moved to a different position, you know. But check this out. This footage is totally bananas. They get hit by a drone. This guy ducks down. I think he takes a face full of shrapnel, dude. Like, no. Okay, so it doesn't hit him up here. It looks like it hit closer to the driver's side. maybe over here on the passenger side, right here. And these total badasses, dude, they just open up the back, right? Because it's smoky as hell. Gun it, keep it moving, and, you know, throw out some cover fire. Stone cold. These motherfuckers stone cold, dude. I'd be panicking. Right? I'd be panicking. They gotta bring it up. As you can see here, it's covered in mud. So that's why they gotta bring it up. But it looks like there's either they're leaving this open or it's malfunctioned. Then they had to bring it up there. But they don't close it completely. Interesting that you can do that. It's like, what can you do, man? Scary stuff. Scary stuff. And honestly, look, like I said, I'm an armchair, sideline commentator here. But it feels like it's cutting it too damn close. Positions of the 3rd Assault Brigade at the Avdiivka coke plant, unclear how recent it is. Judging by what's being said, many of the fighters are rookies. So this was like just a week ago. And, we're, instead of organizing a, organized, phased pullout, it was like a desperate attempt to hold this. And why are you getting people killed like that? Why are you making a decision like that when you can make a smart, orderly one and reduce the amount of people that get killed, Forced to go to the open areas to get through. Tigers are fucking them up. Pack effectively as possible. She covers her drink. Spoiled it. Oh, they got shit in her drink. Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry, y'all. That's one tough motherfucker right there, though. He was eating it. Call of Duty veterans? Not exactly. I wouldn't say that. But young and freshly trained. Okay, good. Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of fun. It's interesting. It looks like it's interesting. It doesn't look like it's a lot of fun. You don't know what's going to happen from one moment to the next. There you go. A little bit of behind the scenes there before the big pullout in Avdiivka. I'd be interested to hear a more in-depth analysis of this. Just Jesus Christ, because it's just like something doesn't feel right. Why are similar mistakes to Bakhmut being made? Why does it have to be this close for these guys? Look at this. So you're retreating. You're doing a tactical retreat, which is like the hardest maneuver you can do militarily, I'm told. And they have to do it the last second. Is that the only way to do it? Is that the last second? And let me tell you, shrapnel is real. These guys could have been hit by shrapnel from that impact way over there. You can't see it, but shrapnel like shot in every direction, and thankfully missed everybody this time. But it doesn't miss you every time. And it could just happen at any moment. Yeah, I'd be jogging too. Avdiivka coke plant, hellish moments for Ukrainian defenders under continuous bombardments. Once again, I ask, was it totally necessary to leave this to the last second? Oh yeah, Davin. All right, we'll take a look. Dude, what are you laughing about, dude? Maybe he's nervous. So right there, that's the coke plant in Avdiivka. I assume it's not cocaine, that they're making something called coke. I seem to recall something called coke for industrial processes. What'd you say, 405? Let's take a look here. Pour it on, pour it on. Oh, damn, dude. Damn, dude. It's cocaine for Zelensky. Oh, okay. For his Hollywood parties with the oligarchs. Yeah, this is fire coming from a Ukrainian vehicle. Jesus, man. Took the drone down. I didn't see the drone actually fall. One more time. Let's see. I didn't see the drone actually fall down. Let's see here. 405, huh? Yeah, the fog doesn't make it surreal. Oh, right there. Oh, yeah, right there, dude. Right there. Falls out of the air like a dead sparrow. Whoa, it's absolutely a fucking quadcopter, too. Whoa, dude. So some kind of dud or took it down. They shot it down. No way, dude. They shot it down. No way, dude. No way. No way. Bloosh. Wow. Dude, he's so fucking ripped right now. He's so stoked. Like that guy is like combat, you know, juiced. Wow, amazing footage. Thank you for that. If you want to see the rest of this video, it's right here. It was posted in the chat. I'll post it one more time. Great video. Thank you so much, Davin. Very intense stuff. As you can see, the fight is intense and it rages on. Outgunned Ukrainian forces leaving Avdiivka. This is absolutely bananas footage. I think this is from Davey. Thank you, Davey. Under artillery fire in a desperate attempt to avoid encirclement, may they get out safely. Once again, I ask, was it really necessary to do this at the last second? At the last second. People were also pointing out his U.S. Badge here. Maybe a mercenary, maybe a, you know, volunteer for the Ukrainian military. Maybe a Ukrainian who's a fan of the United States. It's hard to tell. Apparently, these patches are extremely easy to buy. You can buy them at any, like, 5 and dime store, you know, any kind of, like, grocery store you can buy them at. They're all over the place, is what I'm saying. Look at this guy. He's like, get me the fuck out of here. U.S. cultural hegemony, yeah. Look at that. No wonder he's making that face. Look at the explosions that are happening just a couple feet away from him. Any one of those could destroy the vehicle that he's sitting in, completely annihilate him and his buddies. Yeah, I'd be making that face too. They're going top speed as fast as this vehicle can move. So look at that. That's one on the left, and then I think another one on the right. That one was on the left. Yeah, all the destroyed cars. That's him shitting his pants. That's another one. Some of them are behind him. And then right there on the right. Getting closer, getting closer. Man, thank goodness Russia's still using Cold War era, World War II era artillery. I mean, it would really be something else if Russia had the kind of accurate artillery that the United States was able to give Ukraine in some cases. Moving on to our next clip. This is incredibly intense. And speaking of American volunteers, we get to see them in action here. And you know, no one really quite shows enthusiasm quite like an American. You know, we really have a very unique way of showing our battle enthusiasm. Yeah, borderline feline. They got no choice, you know? And it's like, it's ironic because you'd like, well, why are they driving on the damn road? You know, why are they driving in such a predictable way? It's because they know there's no mines on that road because they've been driving back and forth on it. So, you know, you take your chance with an ocean of mines on either side or the road. And it's like, yeah, the safest part is the safest way to get out of there is to drive in a very predictable way on a thin strip of road that makes you a perfect little target for artillery. This is fighters of the 59th Motorized working with Canada, U.S. This is near Avdiivka in the Donetsk region. During the battle that... Jesus, look at that. Took place in August of last year. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, shit's loud. Sorry. Got it. Gotcha. Getting hot dropped right in there. Looks like a wasteland. I think I might have shown this footage because I think there's some kind of problem with this vehicle over to the right, but I think I've shown this footage before. Yeah, I think that's a Ukrainian vehicle right over there that's been destroyed. And if you look over here, over to the right when you're watching this, you see them like digging something out or trying to get something out here. I think that's what these other guys are doing, is covering these guys so that they can get in a combat ready position maybe. So there's the U.S. right there. Look at that. Yeah, they're going in hot, dude. It's the only way to do it. Because of the minefield, this is the only way to do it. Send a bunch of rock-hard motherfuckers in there to just weed them out. It's the only way to do it now, because they don't have air support. There's a minefield everywhere you go. There's a Russian drone right there. Suicide. He's shouting suicide drone. I wish the stupid music would be quieter so we could hear what they're saying. There's another drone, obviously. So how about this camera work, right? So we get the first person perspective of him getting the grenade ready and then standing up, and then we get the outside drone shot of him throwing the grenade, dude. Totally crazy, dude. Look at this. He gets the nade ready. And then they show the fucking drone footage of him throwing it. So yeah, they're pinching out these Russians, totally surrounded, looks like. Just give up, boys. You're screwed. So this is nuts. So this, I don't know what is going on here with this. So we have clearly this guy is Russian. He's got a Z patch on. He's getting shot at while he's approaching, right? But look at this crazy interaction. Look how this plays out. So the Ukrainian's literally pot-shotting him, and he's like showing up. And look at this. Look what happens. He's over to the right. Okay, okay. Then look what happens next. He's like, I'm POW. I'm a POW maybe, right? But I'm clearly Russian, right? So look what happens next. He runs his ass back over there. What the fuck is going on? What are you doing? What are you delivering sandwiches? He got lost, didn't realize he was in a Ukrainian trench. No way. No way. The Ukrainian would have captured or shot him. No way. Right? So it's danger close, danger close, danger close. Shows up. Oh, my bad. You're Ukrainian? Oh, you're Ukrainian? Oh, whoops. Sorry. I'll go back to my side. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like he's delivering a message. He's delivering a message, and then he's running back to the trench. So maybe he's letting them know, hey, everyone in the trench wants to give up. I'm delivering this message. This is the terms of the surrender. This is I'm delivering the terms of the surrender. Okay, I'm going to run back. I'm going to tell him that you're not going to shoot him on sight, and we're going to come out with our hands up. Because what is the other motivation here? Look at him. He's running right back over, dude. You know, I don't know what's going on with that one, dude. There's got to be a logical reason, though, right? It's not just, he just went insane. It's just, and I'm not buying that he's confused or he lost his way, You usually have a pretty good idea of where the bullets are flying from when you're getting shot at. So this is really something else. This is from Radio Free Europe. It's logical that he went insane. It's a war zone. I don't think he didn't look like he was insane. Like, it looked like he was definitely like, this is crazy. Like, and the Ukrainian pulled a shot on him, right? So I want to know more about it. I don't know. Yeah, borderline. It's crazy. It's crazy footage, but I had to show it to you guys when I saw it. I was like, what is he doing? He's going back. I thought he was a POW. But no, okay, so this is an amazing footage from Radio Free Europe. These journalists that are giving us these stories, that are doing these interviews, are putting themselves in harm's way directly. And in this clip, you're going to see that they are absolutely, even if they're not directly on the front lines, they're absolutely still in danger. This is a very powerful video and very hard to watch. It's already been censored, I believe, but I will censor parts that are too hard to watch as well.
Ми якраз записували інтерв'ю із військовим інструктором після їхніх тренувань.
Scorched Earth begins tomorrow.
Нам завдали потужну
Do I need to report this message to the FBI? Spokoj.
Це сталося за десятки кілометрів від лінії фронту, тому насправді...
It kind of sounds like you're warning me that you're going to commit a mass shooting. Spokoj.
Нам прилетіли 2 ракети, і на момент удару ось ці тренування вже закінчилися у військових. Більша частина бійців поїхала, а разом з ними поїхали і бойові медики. В багажнику нашої
Okay, Spokoj, maybe you can give us a little bit more context on what you're saying, buddy.
Саме цей рюкзак ми і використовували для того, щоб допомогти пораненим.
Yeah, no, Chem Goblin, right? No, so this is, look, I shouldn't be joking around. Thankfully, I think this person survives. His lung was punctured with shrapnel. So, you know, obviously there's nothing he can do until he can get proper surgery. But yeah, very, very tragic stuff. And we're seeing, you know, this wounded guy's, you know, feet here. He's writhing in pain, you know. Oh, and also that popping that we're hearing, like popcorn, that is ammo that's exploding because the strike was an attack on in a Ukrainian training facility. So there was, you know, a bunch of ammo being stored that was hit. So what we're hearing is all that ammo cooking off. Oh, okay, Spokoj. Okay, you have fun, buddy. Thanks for the heads up. You have fun, man. Maybe, Spokoj, I don't mean to judge you or anything, but maybe you could find a more productive use of your time. Maybe you could try to do that. That's what I would encourage you to do. Yeah, Chem Goblin, right? I'd be hesitant to ever take it off. Yeah. But this is not the front line. This is, you know, quite a distance away from the front line in some kind of training area, so. I'm sorry to hear that, Spokoj. I also have to work 9-hour days.
Коли вже приїхали перші машини евакуації, ми намагалися відправити найважчих поранених якомога швидше. Серед них був і інструктор, у якого ми брали інтерв'ю от саме під час удару. У нього була пробита легеня.
Jesus. So immediately these journalists turn into, you know, medical triage. You know.
Хто може, треба відсуватись далі. Там БК, воно детонує. Давайте, бігом.
Довкола нас здіймалася пожежа і почав детонувати боєкомплект. Вибухи продовжувалися, і в якийсь момент ми зрозуміли, що знаходитись на тому місці вже неможливо. Ми вирішили відходити потрохи далі від місця прильоту.
Yeah, Spokoj, I don't really want to be on the fucking news as like, you know, mass shooter warns about a shooting in some rando's fucking Twitch chat. You know, I don't really want that to be the viral clip that blows my channel up. But as you can hear, I think that's another strike. That's another strike. So the ammo's popping off. They're trying to triage this guy with a fucking blown out lung. And then more strikes are falling. And more ammo cooking. That's even more cooking off. Jesus Christ.
Ні, нічого. Їдемо на дорогу. Йдемо пішки просто. Так, пішки на дорогу, там.
So they're just trying to get the hell away.
Там посадка, там.
You know, they're just like, we just gotta get out of here. You know, we don't know where any strike could be us next. We gotta get away from the target.
Цього чоловіка, може йому треба перемотати зону. Нормально, живий, дихай. Сьогодні день.
Ви умнічка. Ой, ви молодець. Боже, ви прекрасний. Слухайте, а у вас... Давайте я вас трошки помотаю. У вас щось тече, у вас голова ціла взагалі? Ну, покажіть.
It's amazing this journalist doing everything she can to, you know, get guys healed up. Sorry. Probably don't want to see that.
Я вам не сильно, бо раптом там скалок буде, щоб я не затисла вам.
Під час цього ракетного удару
I gotta show just how badass this guy is. Look at him, his face covered in blood, getting his foot bandaged up, and he's lighting up a cigarette, dude. I mean, that's the caliber of men that we got out there on the front lines from Ukraine. Real hard ass motherfuckers, dude. Like, you know, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting that they're not getting the support that they need.
Під час цього ракетного удару ми не постраждали. Знімальна група не постраждала.
Look at the evacuation vehicle, dude.
Бійців були поранені і загиблі.
All right, everyone get in.
Борис Чубін. Ми у нього брали інтерв'ю якраз.
This hero was killed immediately. You know, when at the beginning of the video, that strike killed this person immediately. You know, R.I.P. To instructor Boris Chubin, and my condolences to his family. It's just incredibly tragic. Look how young he is. He's so obviously young.
Цього дня вранці він загинув на місці.
To that, I say, Russians go home. Russians go home. Thought I would show this. I don't know if I'm going to get through the whole damn... the whole video is so good, though, but I'm kind of running out of time. All right, I'm going to save this one for next stream, and I'm going to do Ukraine earlier so that I make sure I cover Ukraine, so that because Ukraine's always left out of the lurch here, but I don't have time for a 22-minute video documentary. But we are showing this. It's important. It is being shown, and if you want to watch it early, if you want to preview, or you want to watch it yourself, I encourage you to do so. It's right here. It's an amazing coverage from the Daily Mail. You know, they're getting all this, exclusive coverage. All right, folks, we have our last video of the day. And don't forget, folks, next weekend, there's going to be all kinds of news because we're doing 24 hours of the News Underground. Make sure you check it out. Spread the link. Spread the link to all your buddies and friends. Annoy your family with this link. Tell them to watch this. The Super Bowl. The Super Bowl sucks. This is what you really want to watch. Make sure you tell all your friends and family. 24 hours of news coming up next Friday, starting at 12 o'clock PST. Going to be doing a lot of news, documentaries, and some video games. We will be playing some video games just to, cool out. We'll look forward to that. We're going to have a lot of fun. All right, let's get our map update. Ukrainian forces break through the encirclement. And once again, I ask, why were they allowed to be encircled? Why is there optimistic thinking? And also, why is this guy still using this dude as the thumbnail? Is this... Bro, you literally need to change your thumbnail, bro. You literally need to change your thumbnail, dude. He's been using the same fucking thumbnail format. Look at every video is like this. He's been using the same video format. You got to get this guy off your thumbnail, dude. Like, oh, what a pain in my ass. I don't want to do that. We'll just whatever. No one cares.
Today, there are a lot of updates from the Avdiivka direction.
All right, let's get these updates.
After Ukrainian reinforcements arrived in Avdiivka, many military analysts anticipated a rapid counterattack. The first scenario was a massive flank attack that was meant to slice off the Russian vanguard. The second scenario was to force Russians to overstretch their forces along the contact line. And the last one was the unblocking operation combined with the withdrawal. The Ukrainian High Command evaluated the situation and refused to conduct large-scale counteroffensive operations for four main reasons.
Okay.
The first reason was the conservation of manpower, as a deep penetration would require risking the lives of thousands of soldiers.
Yeah, it'd be dumb, to do a counterattack.
The second reason was the lack of artillery shells. Ukrainians did not even have enough shells to hold the defense, so conducting a large-scale flank offensive would cost a lot of lives.
Yeah.
The third reason was the fact that Russians have reinforced the Avdiivka group. If you still remember, at the start of the offensive operation 4 months ago, in October, Russians allocated 40,000 troops. According to the Tavris Group of Forces spokesman, Russian forces relocated tens of thousands of troops from other directions to sustain the offensive operation, and right now, Russian forces have about 50,000 troops here. The last reason is the weather conditions. Attacking from the north or even along the entire contact line would mean fighting in the fields, which have become increasingly hard to cross. That is why the Ukrainian High Command decided to conduct an unblocking operation combined with a withdrawal. The decision was not received positively by the Ukrainian soldiers who were hoping to save Avdiivka, as many of them had fought here since day one. However, it was still the right decision.
Wow.
The first step of the operation involved a massive counterattack in the central part of Avdiivka. As I alluded to in my previous report, the newly arrived Ukrainian fighters from the 3rd Assault Brigade attacked Russian forces south of the railways with Max Pro armored vehicles with machine guns and temporarily pushed Russians back by around 150 meters.
Jesus, look at that.
By taking upon themselves the Russian vanguard, Ukrainians alleviated the pressure on many critical zones and started the process of withdrawal. The first group of Ukrainian forces that received the order to withdraw was the one that held defense at the water filtration station. As you can see, they were very far from the main Ukrainian positions and were facing attacks from 3 sides. Before the Ukrainian High Command decided to withdraw, it was beneficial for Ukrainians to hold such positions because they stretched the front line and made it harder for Russians to advance.
Sure.
The second group of Ukrainians to withdraw was the one holding an extensive trench network in the vineyards. The last 2 groups to withdraw were holding virtually an all-round defense on the former air defense base
look at that one
and
on the
fortifications under the bridge. The situation here was extremely dire. The order to withdraw was given too late, so Ukrainians incurred losses during withdrawal and had to leave 6 wounded soldiers on the base.
There's no
Ukrainian
military
Tavrisk Group of Forces commander admitted that several
advantage to
Ukrainians
having
were
Avdiivka.
taken captive. According to some Russian sources, there are 2,000 Ukrainians in the southern part, while according to others, there are up to 3,000 troops. Russian analysts also claimed that up to 30% of Ukrainian forces have already been evacuated. Russian sources claim that in total, there are no more than 8,000 Ukrainians in the Avdiivka direction. Given that there are 50,000 Russians in the same area, Russians outnumber Ukrainians 6-1. After the Ukrainian reinforcements conducted a successful counterattack, the Russians intensified their assaults even more. A Ukrainian fighter from the 24th Battalion reported that Russians now use assault groups consisting of up to 50 soldiers,
super jealous
which
of
they
Russia.
have not seen even during the peak heat of the battle for Bakhmut.
Yeah,
This, combined with the
we
devastating
all
Russian
watched Tucker
artillery and
Carlson, too.
airstrikes, allowed Russians to regain control over the highway and even move beyond it into the fields.
Yeah.
The main goals of the Russian forces are to move towards the village of Lastochkine and the second supply road to completely cut off Ukrainian forces. According to the latest updates, Ukrainian fighters from the 3rd Assault Brigade assumed their positions in Lastochkine and conducted a number of drone strikes, followed
might
up
be
with
lying to you, buddy.
counterattacks. The fighters reported that they also destroyed a huge Russian column north of Avdiivka, which saved Lastochkine and gave Ukrainians up to 3 days of relative
borderline,
freedom of movement. This was confirmed in the latest report of prominent Russian analysts, which stated that Ukrainian supply lines
Well,
were
we
not
might
cut
get
off,
one whether
and
we want
Ukrainians
one or not.
continued to move through the gully. The Ukrainian Tavrisk Group of Forces spokesman also confirmed that Ukrainian forces currently maintain multiple supply roads into Avdiivka. The Ukrainian Tavrisk Group of Commanders stated that his main goal right now is to continue conducting a successful withdrawal to the previously prepared defensive positions. Ukrainians have built another defense line right behind Avdiivka, and in my latest strategic update, I have looked into all 4 lines of fortification west of Avdiivka. I analyzed how Ukrainians are leveraging the local geography of the
here we
region
go.
to
He's selling
create
something.
even more problems
God, he's
for
good
the
at
Russians.
this. See how good
and
he
why
is? He's so good at this, dude. This is a sponsorship. Yep, there it is. Try it out for free subscription. Hey, he's so good at that. All right, so that's interesting. That gives me a little bit more context that, it's not totally chaotic. They did wait too long. I haven't changed my mind on that. I don't really believe you, you Russian guy. I think you're just doing the stupid, I pretend to be naive and I ask questions, and then eventually the conversation turns into, Russia was right to invade Ukraine. Wasn't the, it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Oh, by the way, didn't you know it's really cool to invade Ukraine? I just thought I'd randomly throw that in there real quick, just out of the blue, Didn't I mention that? It's really cool to invade other countries. Just a random thought that I had. Oh, hey, I was just thinking, isn't it cool to invade other countries? Yeah, NATO's not about to attack. No, the big criticism with Joe Biden is that he's not being aggressive enough. All right, folks, just wanted to remind you, 24-hour News Underground stream happening starting on Friday of next week. 12 o'clock PST Friday of next week. Check out the Discord if you want to throw in. If you want to, be part of the 24-hour stream, go ahead and hop on into the Discord and add whatever news stories you'd like me to talk about. We'll have plenty of time to talk about them all. I will be taking a nap after about 12 hours or whatever. I will be taking a nap, but I will be officially doing 24 hours, right? I'll just make up however much time I take a sleep, probably 6 hours, maybe 7. I don't know, maybe. See. But yeah, going into Saturday, however long that takes, probably Saturday night is when everything will be wrapping up. We'll be playing some video games. We'll be watching some documentaries, we watch some meme stuff. We can have fun for, maybe a couple minutes. And of course, lots of news. Lots of news. Get your coffee and snacks ready. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you tell all your friends, tell all your family, bug people, hit up that yearbook, contact people you haven't talked to in 15 years and tell them to hit this stream up. Who are you again? How'd you get my number? Yeah, I remember going to that wedding 15 years ago. I haven't talked to you since. Yeah, I don't care. Go to this. Watch this. Does any of this shit even work anymore? Like, does the only thing that actually works is like massive Taylor Swift style, like fake, paid for marketing? Is that the only thing that actually works now? Does anything like organically, spread across the internet and people that are interested actually get into it? Does that actually still happen? Solon check. You can go ahead and come on back next stream, and we'll pretend like you don't know what the hell's going on. We can continue this charade. Then. I want to give everybody in the chat, everybody who stuck around today and yesterday, thank you so much. This is the news on the ground. I do appreciate you coming in. Woke Patriot, Chem Goblin, Borderline Feline. Let's see who else over here in the chat. Davin, thank you so much, Davin. Very much appreciated. Spokoi, thank you for giving us all a little scare there, Spokoi. Wasn't sure what you were up to. Thank you for clarifying that you're not going to do a mass shooting. Big props to you, boy, Davey. Thank you again, Davey, for all your links. Thank you, Chem Goblin, Woke Patriot, and Strategy Member for all of your clicks or links in the Discord. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for thinking of the show, trying to make the show better. I do appreciate that. Flat Earth. Thank you, Flat Earth, for coming back. I do appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you next weekend. Flat Earth, who does not believe in Flat Earth, apparently, which is hilarious. What happened to that Monkey guy? I kept asking Monkey how come Israel hasn't defined its borders, and then he just left. No matter. Don't have a good one for that. Don't have a good comeback for that one, Monkey. That's a shame. Probably just reported me for anti-Semitism, then moved on. Big props to Estonian. Thank you, Estonian. Snow. Thank you, Snow. Spooky Boy. Thank you, Spooky Boy, stopping in. And all you other lurkers, all you other chatters that weren't assholes, thank you. Once again, last little bit. Don't forget, we're going to have some fun. 24-hour stream. Try to bring in as many people who like Twitch stuff into this. If you know anybody that watches Twitch, let them know. We doing it big. We doing it big. You sick of Vosh, you're sick of Vosh, you're sick of Hassan. You're like, they're not keeping it real enough. Let them know. Let them know. The realist is on Twitch, dude. The realist. So peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Don't forget to follow my 3-step program to create political change. Inform yourself. Join a progressive political organization. And then step 3, put in the work, bitch. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Call your mother. Call your mom. Call your dad. for the volume. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourself.